Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to maybe cute birds making noise outside. Maybe not, we'll see.
Might have scared him off with my voice, who knows? So, when last we left off, we were doing Castle Gryphonhearting. That's what we're doing again today. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. It's going to be super excellent. Don't even worry about it. We were trying and we were dying. I think we'll get Gryphonheart. Now, we should take votes on whether we think that Castle Gryphonheart is going to take more time or less time than the genies. Does anyone know how long I spent on those damn genie boat? Anyone know offhand? Because I just looked it up the other day. Any guesses in chat? It was like 36 hours of my real time. It was in real time. I spent like 36 hours in that dungeon. I counted up the VOD lengths. It was... I spent over a day of my actual life in that dungeon. And yeah, it was like 2 weeks of stream time, but it was a while. It was a lot of my life that was devoted to that particular thing. I think we're gonna get this one done in 2 days. Yeah, it's yeah, exactly. I should have let people answer instead of just getting like impatient with that time. But you know, if I did that, then I wouldn't be me. So we've already downloaded the thing. We're gonna do the thing. We copy you, we paste you over into Let's Play. And we really need to get this run toward the end, because I am actually curious to compare the sort of like late game durability differences between the spellcasters and the melees. I am curious if the melees eventually scale up enough in terms of basic durability and scale well enough that they end up pulling ahead in terms of overall efficacy compared to the spellcasters. It's possible. The disadvantage of scaling with only one stat is that you only scale with one stat, you know? So, what am I going to do? I'm going to double-click this executable. I think we are. We're going to double-click this executable, and we're going to start up... Silksong, motherfuckers, I lied to you. It's not Silksong. It's not Silksong. But wait. We haven't checked today. Gotta open up Steam. Was Silksong released today? My phone didn't tell me it was, but it could have been. I'm not going to open up Steam for the bit. Okay. Is Test the save we were? It definitely was. I have good news to report. I finished the first part of The Root Trees Are Dead. And it was pretty good. I liked it the whole way through. It was a nice thing. The save was liched? No, it wasn't. You liar. You just want me to go back to the file where I'm horribly wounded and diseased and cursed and though we could compare what's going on here. This is level 19. How are we doing on this file? 1600? Whoa, we are way tougher on this file. How far in are we on this file? Let's see, we're level 19. No, we're not. We're age 19. We're level 26. I can read. Yep. Hey, we might get Silksong. We might get Silksong sometime soon, right? It's definitely coming out this month. My phone told me so. In the same way that my phone told me that what the system requirements were for Silksong, it also told me when the release date was. Look, I have trained chat well, and so I expect nothing but lies from chat. Am I actually going to Steam just to check if Silksong is out? Sure, why not? We'll go to Just Camera. We will open up. That would actually be really funny. But by the way, it would be so fucking hilarious if in the middle of my Silk posting, it turned out that Silksong actually had come out. That would be funny. So, it's not happening, but it would be funny. Okay, so, because I know it didn't come out over the weekend, because I would have noticed it because I was looking at my wish list over the weekend. We have... Where'd you go? Silksong, to be announced. I've been lied to. I've been betrayed. How could you do this to me? How could chat lie to me? What have I ever done to deserve this? When have I ever even remotely indicated to chat that deception is acceptable behavior? Look, sometimes you reap what you sow, you know? You build a community based on lies and deception, and you can't be too upset when lies and deception occur. I think that's a reasonable claim. Okay. We need to get this up to 6 to get it to work, but it doesn't matter. We don't need mono regen. What we need right now is attempts. That's all we need. We need attempts. So we're going in here, and we're going to do a perfect attempt first try. It's going to be great. We have a bunch of assholes down here. We're going to not open that door, because that would be bad for us. We're going to go over here. We're going to just jump over here. We're going to open this. We're going to jump up here. We don't have any bosses in this room either, which is kind of interesting. Let's see. Let's see. No, Celestial, you didn't say that it was out, but Live Forever Never did, right? Who did? Wait. Yeah, Live Forever Never did. I'm trying to find it in chat, and I'm not finding it, but Live Forever Never definitely is a liar. I'm not crazy. Okay, so we actually have an interesting situation here. We don't have any bosses in this initial pack. Who lies to the liar? Okay, now goal is I think we just save this. I think that this is a better pack to play with than the one that we had just now. We have all of the doors over here open. And I don't think I want to go for the archers right now. So I think we save this under danger. Then we run straight through. And why are you here? You're not supposed to be there. What the fuck? Rude. Okay, don't come to me. Don't come to me. I said don't come to me. You did the opposite of what I told you. You're supposed to not come. We're definitely dead. Exactly, it's the first try magic. Don't even worry about it. We'll get this on our first try. There's no question about it. We'll get this on first try. Is the game's audio not? Oh, good call. Good call. Nope. Nope. First try. First try. Let's go. Don't worry about it. First try. Please. 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 Don't do it. Don't do it. Damn it. Damn it, you did it. Followed me all the way around the table, too. I could have gotten away with it, too, if it weren't for you meddling kids. First try, first try. First try. Let's go. Okay. Pop it in here. We just need some time to chill here. I need you to... You know what? I need you to die. Because you're a problem. If I can chill here, which I'm not going to be able to... There's no shot that none of those... Oh, you son of a bitch! Okay. Walk directly in my path. We will be on our first try. First try is going to go great. Don't worry about it. Okay. We stay right here. Be very, very quiet. If only this... Look, if this was the caster save, we would have just used Toxic Cloud and we would have been fine. We did this on the caster save. We did this on the caster save. It probably doesn't, but it might result in an enemy walking in here. So I prefer not to pre-open that door if possible. That's my stipulation there, is that generally speaking, I'd prefer not to have that door open. You know what does change things is if I have fucking Wizard Eye. That would be... Okay, let's tinker around a bit. Yeah. If only they were level 300 genies. I don't think there's anything I'm going to do in this room. This room is a piece of shit. We're going to walk out. We don't want to save in there because we want to save up here. Why are you up? Why are you there? What the fuck, man? The fuck? Why were you up there? You're not supposed to be stuck up there. Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We gotta fuck. I'm so good at video games, y'all. I'm so good at video games. Don't worry about it. We have air magic, but we don't have any spells. Because we didn't start with air magic. We haven't been purchasing spells since somebody reminded me about the Lich Stitch run. Somebody reminded me of that. No saying who done it, but somebody reminded me of that, and I said, "Ooh, what a great idea! Maybe I should do that. That'll be a fun way to start a new run." Why not go from the easiest run I've ever done to the hardest run? Why wouldn't I do such a thing? I actually don't remember who it was. I thought it was Doja Cat. Was it somebody else? Was it Live Forever and Ever? Who done it? It wasn't me. I'm being framed. Oh shit! Look, I have no one to blame but myself. Okay? I have no one to blame but myself. This is not a frame job because I'm the one who did it. Hey, look, is it more fun if we don't know who it was? Or is it more fun if I don't know who it was and everyone else remembers? Because I kind of feel like it's funnier if everyone else remembers and I don't. No, I don't think I did remind myself of it. But maybe I did. You know what? Let's go with that. Let's go with I randomly loaded up the Lich Stitch run, said, why don't I have any spells? And then was told by myself and not by anybody else. That was the exact sequence of operations. That was very alarming. Nope. There's so many of them in here now. No. That's so rude. So many initiates just wandering in. It was such a good attempt, too. Don't you make those noises at me. It was probably me. That's what we should go with. It was me. Yeah. If I decide to have to abandon a rule of the run, don't you buff yourself. No kidding. Unacceptable behavior. But yeah, the nice thing about this is the ability to just, like, you are being very rude right now. Have you considered not being rude? I hate to say, this place is doable without Wizard Eye. We don't need Wizard Eye. Come on. We've gotten this place to like at least 30% completion. That's halfway to where we need to be, using only 100% of our save resources, okay? It's easy. I mean, admittedly, getting through all of our save resources actually only got us to like 20 or 22%, I think, but... It was 40%. Look at us, right? 42. See, look, that's like the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. We've got this. No problem. These suckers ain't got nothing on my sucker. Okay, that was probably a bad idea. That was probably predictably a bad idea. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something a little crazy here. We're going to waste an attempt here. But we're going to do it fast. Don't even worry about it. We're going to jump right to here. Okay. And they're just going to walk right to me. Is this... That's the... How many times on Friday did I fight an Initiate of the Sword in a one-on-one and die? The answer is like at least a dozen. I had 2 Initiates of the Sword on me there. And I killed one of them while 2 of them were on me before anybody died. If that had happened yesterday, we might have actually won. That never happened. That didn't happen a single time. Fuck. This is the strat. This is 100% the strat. There might be one variance on the strat. Here's the variance on the strat, okay? Don't be a dick. That's the variance on the strat. You're not allowed to be a dick anymore. Okay, oh, yeah, no. That's not going to work. Okay. Not with this setup. With this setup, we don't need to do the other thing. We need to just do this. So you come over here. You pop to here. We stand here. We go la-di-da-di-da. We take a drink. Now that we've taken a nice casual drink, we walk out the front door. We say hello. We kill you. Did I improve my stats or something? Did I just take a... I think I took a hit from a top tier... I feel like I'm more durable than I was on the previous attempt. Am I, like, strong? Is that what's happening here? Is that I'm actually strong? I'm so strong? Okay. Problem? Yeah. Catherine the Poisoner. Okay, well... I want to see if we kill... Okay, we're not going to kill both of them. I wanted to see if we got the luck we needed there. Unfortunately, we got tagged there, which means that we're almost certainly fucked. Okay, we take a drink. If I can't take a drink during the stop here, could you imagine if I had to take a shot every single time? Not like a shot of alcohol, but like take a drink of this every single time I died? I would die. If it was alcohol, I would die quickly, but even without it being alcohol, I would die. Stop doing that. Well, there isn't any sugar in this, so I don't know that that's super likely. Also, I don't know. The claims of diabetes being caused by lifestyle things, I don't know that seems like something that I've seen any actual evidence or indication for. I think that might just be a component of fat phobia. I'm not gonna lie. Because when I remember looking it up, and like the medical website that I saw it on was indicative that there's basically there's two types of diabetes. One of them is purely genetics, right? So there's two types of diabetes. One of them, unquestionably, fully genetic. The second is okay, it's genetics, but maybe your environment can trigger it to activate or something, maybe, question mark. And the diabetes website that I was looking at, I don't remember what it was. It was the National Diabetes Foundation of the United States or something like that, right? That kind of a website. They were really just cagey on the whole, what do you mean environmental factors, right? They were just cagey on it in a way that I'm I don't think that this is an actual thing. I think that you have no idea what causes this other than this genetic thing. And sometimes this genetic thing causes a problem and sometimes it doesn't, and you don't know why. But bear in mind, that was probably 15 years ago that I looked that up. That was probably 15 years ago that I looked that up. It's possible that there's better information now, and it's possible that the information then was more robust than was indicated by a quick Google search, even though at the time Google was objectively 10 times better than it is today. Yeah, the thing that I found was basically that any credible sources, sources that you would expect to know the science, were cagey on the issue. They would say environmental factors, but they wouldn't specify anything in particular, right? And that was the thing that was a red flag to me, is that it's okay, well, you don't know what the environmental factors are. So the dynamic of people associating obesity and overeating with diabetes, I don't know that I have any evidence that that's real. I just don't know that I have any evidence of that. And given how crazy the general public and the medical community in particular are when it comes to fatness, man, I am very negatively inclined to believe anything that they say that even whiffs of fat phobia, because I've looked at the research and I know that you have to get really, really fat to lose years of your life. You keep gaining survivability for every medical condition you could possibly have until you're 150 pounds overweight. Okay, it just keeps going up. It just keeps getting better. Which makes sense because you have more weight on you to handle bad situations where you lose appetite, and your body has like a lowered ability to digest food, and this, that, or the other thing. Like, it makes sense. But all of the numbers that I've looked at for, like, okay, how likely are you to, have this problem? The problems that you can have, if you have a health problem, you're better off being heavier when you have that problem. I don't think that there's any question of that. Any problem you have, you're better off being heavier when you have it. And a lot of the data that people reference for, like, people who are fatter are more likely to have this particular problem, those are problems that are associated with age, and a lot of that data is not normalized for age. And so the reason that if you're fatter, you're more likely to have that problem is because in the data sets they were using, the people who were fat lived longer. It's literally that simple, right? Like, there was the whole, God, what was that thing called? There was some study that people were obsessed about for a while that was like it was the China something, right? That was like, somebody made a book about it. And I remember back in this was either the late aughts or the early 2010s, right? I remember looking up the study, not the book, the study. And the study, so basically what the book said was that if you eat meat, you're going to get colon cancer. That's basically what the study said, was that you're going to get colon cancer if you eat meat, right? And, like, there's a bunch of different things that you can get that you will die of if you eat meat. And the issue is that they were basically surveying Chinese peasants. And they weren't correcting for lifespan at all. So, like, all of the things that people who were eating meat were dying of were things like colon cancer that are hard to diagnose, and if you don't diagnose them early, they're very hard to treat with medical tech, and you die of them even with medicine. And the people who are eating meat are the people who are fucking rich, who have access to medicine. So it was like all of the things were explainable by, these people are living 20 years longer because they have access to medicine. And because they're living 20 years longer, they're more likely to get things like heart disease and cancer because they're older when they die. Right? It's literally that simple. The others were dying of fucking dysentery and malnutrition, okay? Like, that's the thing that was killing the other people in the study. So anyway, the point being, anytime a doctor tells you, the number one thing that you need to do in order to fucking fix this problem you have is lose weight, I hate to tell you, if you were 30 pounds lighter, they would have told you the same fucking thing. Because medicalized fat phobia is, like, a huge issue with our medical system in general. And I don't even have a coherent explanation for why. I don't actually know why it is that fat phobia is such a huge problem in our, like, medical community. I just know that it is. Like, the number of problems that are, like, if you look at the actual science, if you look at the actual studies, the number of negative outcomes that are associated with being overweight are fairly minor, right? And it's an extremely overstudied thing where it's like, okay, well, there's going to be some study somewhere that finds some slight correlation of, like, okay, well, if you have joint problems, they'll be slightly worse if you're heavier on it, right? Yeah, unfortunately, certain dungeons really mess with it. I haven't found a way to make Twitch handle the movement with the walls in dungeons. I think it's because there's basically the compression that they're doing is looking at the same texture, right, being repeated so much, and they're like, oh, this is just the exact same thing. It's not, there's no movement. So it starts getting confused. That's my assumption, is that it's, because like these textures, there's very little, this is replicating so fast that that's my assumption, is that it has to do with the way that they're doing data compression. I've tried tinkering with a few different things and haven't managed to find a thing. The issue is that it is Twitch. It's not the game. The screen is not, the bitrate is not like a problem in game. Well, I don't think it is anyway. You know, me and my visual, you know, lack of credentials, but the issue, I believe, is just Twitch is confused. Life is sad. You know, if I'd hit that second set, I would have actually gotten it. I would have killed that if both attacks had landed. We just need to get a good, solid attempt here. Once we get ourselves saved at the table, we can start working our way out again. Though, I don't know how likely I am to get through that line there. Excuse me. Wait. Oh, I jumped over the trigger. Let's see here. Whoa!
Can someone heal me?
The issue with like the medicalized fat phobia stuff comes back to the thing that I said before of like the issue that I have with doctors is that they aren't really scientists and they don't behave like them. They just kind of behave. They behave more similarly to lawyers, right? And some doctors are keeping up with the most up-to-date research, and in fact read that research themselves instead of just hearing about it like through someone else's interpretation of it in school. But just like with most, you know, professions, most people in the profession are just kind of faffing around with it. And don't really know that much. Like, the average doctor doesn't know more about, as an example, any of my mother's health problems than she does. Because she's had to live with it for 20 years, so she's become like an absolute expert on all of the medical conditions that she has. Because if she doesn't become an expert on it, she would have died by now. Because the doctors keep trying to kill her. I'm basically checking if I can get a slightly superior attempt in, but we could try this one. This one has these here. We have the one champion who has the possibility of doing that. Let's see. We have... What is the other file that we have? Was it Caster Nonsense? It's not. Is it... It's Extra Melee. So Extra Melee is at 19%. And we just have to clear through these, and then I guess this probably is the cleanest thing that we could work with. would be my assumption. Check. Okay. I'm fairly close to this wall. I don't know if I've actually changed anything since... Did I level up? No. I reached this level in here, probably. So if I can... Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, because I think the Necromancer place is basically just not even like a pattern. It's just like a green wall.
Yes, got it.
Shit. Well, Wizard Eye wouldn't help me that much in this context. There's a couple of contexts where it would help me. I wouldn't have died in certain circumstances, but this circumstance, we don't really need it. It would sound cool the one time that we had to cast it.
Got it.
I actually disagree. I think that doctors should mostly ignore their experience. I think they should just look at the medical documentation. They should, you know what they should do? They should read the medical documentation and see how it correlates to the experience of the fucking patient. Because a doctor's individual experience, unless they're like 67 years old, in which case they barely remember half of what they've done anyway, is nothing. It's all a bunch of anecdote bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, if you go ask the average TCM clinic person, like, about their experience, and they'll tell you all the times that they saved some motherfucker's life by giving them rhino ass, okay? Like, the lived experience of the doctor does not matter to me. I do not give a shit.
I don't know it.
It's just exclusively anecdote nonsense. Now, the lived experience of the patient does matter, because the patient is the one who's actually dealing with the issue, and they're the one with the individual specialized body that does weird shit, right? So, I have a relative who can physically tell the difference between the different kinds of infection that they have, because they get different symptoms, right? So, they can tell what kind of infection they got because they feel it in different ways. And that's just a thing that they have that is not because the symptoms are different between the two, but every person gets symptoms that are different from other people when they get certain things. And sometimes you can actually just kind of feel the difference between two different things, even though the symptom list overlaps, right? And that's a thing that's like, okay, well, you don't necessarily trust that as a doctor, as like we don't need to test this, but that is to me a justification to bother testing the thing, right? To not just make the assumption that you don't have to worry about the more serious condition, which is generally speaking how doctors behave, especially when women tell them something. Jesus fucking Christ. The difference between the way that doctors treat me when I go in there and the way that they treat, like, any woman in my life is wild. It is truly wild, the difference between the two. Like, That's not true. within a few years from now, it's going to be illegal for doctors to use AI. Because they're using it right now, and it's, like, killing people. It's not only killing people, it's killing their ability to do their job in the future. Like, there's 100%, like, I had my fucking dentist, like, give me this, like, AI, printout thing, where it's like, oh, look, the AI figured out where your cavities were, and I'm like, man, that's your whole fucking job right there. So, yeah, I'm expecting that, at some point some doctors are going to get sued because, like, they decided that they were going to use an algorithm to do their job for them, and it's going to do a bad job, because it always does a bad job. It never does a good job. And they're going to realize, oh, wait, I'm actually legally accountable for the medical advice I give. ChatGPT doesn't have a doctorate. Let's see. Well, the thing is that the hospitals aren't really the ones that run shit, right? It's the insurance companies. And I don't know that insurance companies give a shit about the actual money in the industry, right? Like, I don't think that the cost of doctors is something that hurts the insurance companies. The GP stands for general practitioner. That's so true. But yeah, like, any time, like, my wife goes to a doctor, the first thing that they tell her is to lose weight. With any problem. She'll have a problem that she had when she was, 16 and not by any metric, overweight. And she'll go talk to them about that, and they'll go, oh, well, if you lose 20 pounds and come back to me. And she'll be like, okay, well, I was like 40 pounds lighter 30 years ago, so, and I still had that problem. So, which is, it's, and, obviously that's fat phobia, but also, like, I don't know, man. I don't think the doctors do the same, like, I don't think they're as aggressively fat phobic with men. They're not as dismissive of, like, oh, okay, well, if you do this thing for me, which is to make this aesthetic change to the way your body looks, then I'll consider looking into the medical problem that you've had for the last 30 years. Right? Which is the kind of the way that it's, like, framed. Well, the key is that you always have to look over anything like that with a person, so it can't be more accurate than a person. Because you had to have a person who cross-referenced it and said, yes, this is what that is. Right? Like, you can't have a... AIs do not have doctorates. They cannot make diagnosis. Right? That's just not a thing they can do. That's not a mechanism that can exist for them legally, right? That's just not a legal mechanism, a legal structure. But yeah, also, like, nobody's using the word AI to mean general intelligence. So ChatGPT is a type of algorithm, and it is specifically a word prediction algorithm, right? It's a beefed up version of your phone's autocorrect function, right? And is probably, at this point, just your phone's autocorrect function. Your phone's autocorrect function is probably using ChatGPT at this point. So I don't know what kind of algorithm they're using, for like for the MRI scans, and I don't know if they're even a related technology, right? Because there's just not a
I don't know.
yeah. So then it's not AI. I mean, they're both not AI, right? Neither of them is AI. That's just people use the term AI to describe every algorithm now. It's like algorithms have been around for fucking centuries, man. We've had algorithms since fucking Newton figured it out or whatever. That's not fair. It's probably Ada, right? Ada Lovelace probably did that shit. Grognar's Cutlass is... So basically, I thought Grognar's Cutlass had... I thought this had some sort of special effect, but I don't see anything listed. But basically what this will do is it will increase the base damage and the base attack value every time you level up. Not every time you level up, but basically it'll scale with your level. It's almost certainly, if it's not useful to you now, it's probably not going to ever be useful to you. It doesn't have a special effect that is going to make it interesting. But yeah, just the number is going to get bigger. It's not going to get any additional effects or anything like that. Yeah, it's pretty much trash. I always hesitate to say something is trash if it scales when other things don't, because it's like, if you get really unlucky with your gear for long enough, you know, sometimes that stuff ends up being valuable, right? I usually don't. However, Malekith got sick of me not having stat sticks and decided to implement a function that allows you to turn using bows off. So, I have a bow. If I attack, it doesn't shoot the bow. And that is a thing that's in the extra settings now, I believe. Is it in the... Or you might have to change the ini for it. I think you have to change the ini for it. Give me a second. So it's... Unless it was right there and I didn't notice. So if you go to data and you open... Is it under data? Yes. Question mark. Is it? No, it's not, is it? Why am I so bad at remembering the direction things are? It's not this. It's under... Is it data files? No, it's under data files. Scripts. It's under scripts. Scripts general. And then, so scripts general, and then ZZ Ma ini, I think. Yes, it's ZZ Ma initialize. And ZZ Ma initialize has it... it's one of the first settings. It says useful for melee only challenge, disable bow equals false. So if you're updating with every update that they make, this file gets overwritten when they update it. So if you make a copy of that file and add a Z to it, so ZZ underscore ma initialize Z instead of the normal one, and you change that file, any changes that you make to the things that already exist will basically override the default one, right? So you just change that to true, right? And if you make it true in ZZ underscore ma initialize Z, just a copy of the thing that you make with a Z added to the end, then I believe it will just call that next after it does the initial one. And so your settings that you put in there will be retained even after you've patched, right? Which is what I've done. And it just makes it a little easier. You don't have to make a new file for it, but if you don't make a new file for it, your settings won't get saved when you patch. You'll have to like re-change things. Yeah, I think Malekith just was like, "What are you doing? Why? The shinies, though. When you get shiny bows, I want you to equip them." Yeah, I'll have to take a look through the file as well, because there's a bunch of stuff in there that I don't know about. Just a bunch of specialized... Fuck me! Ugh. Was I doing better yesterday with regards to this initial pack, or was I doing just as badly as I am today? I don't actually know. I think it depends. I think it depends. So, whether to do something, it basically, as soon as you run into problems where having a little bit of extra something will help you, it makes a huge difference to buff your gear, because gear is such a huge deal, right? So when I was doing River Stride, I went from being largely not able to handle River Stride to handling it fairly easily with just some buffs to the stuff that I have. What I would focus on is retaining enough in like crafting materials that you can use them on the things that you really want that are important, while also not just sitting, not making life harder for yourself than you need to. So the thing that I would look for is more like, okay, what stats are important to me? Let's make the stuff that I have that has the right itemization, but is not powerful, right? So if you have like a melee character, you've got like a double strength. I didn't even see you there. If you've got like a double strength of the gods item that's really low level, that item is a good choice for like upgrading the shit out of, right? You can get a lot of value out of upgrading relatively low level gear. Whereas like if you're looking at really powerful gear already, the powerful gear already, you're going to have less room for growth. So it really is more about finding the weak gear that has good itemization that you want. And for my purposes, I like to have a... I like to have, depending on the character, like, obviously the caster run was crazy, but I like to have at least one piece of gear that has raw HP on it, and a piece of gear that has raw endurance on it. And if if they're both on the same item, that's, like, okay. But from a durability perspective it's certainly on Insane, it's good to have a double HP enchant, and it's good to have a double endurance enchant, I think. I think that there's some utility in that. To just have one item dedicated to that, where it's like, okay, I don't have to worry about this stat, right? And... Okay. Fuck. Please don't do it. I'm really struggling. We could also try to make a run for that other room if we wanted. I feel like I'm doing a way worse job with these Masters of the Sword than I was the previous time. Like, getting the enemies where I want them to, I'm having a more difficult time. I think I jump, and I jump. And we don't bother trying to get around the front anymore. Okay, we need... That was rough. I feel like I did... The issue that I'm running into is that they're consistently running around the table. Right? Like, it's fine for it to be multiple, it's just... The only one that matters is the one, right? It's just that they're consistently doing what I need them to not do. Okay. Can I hit you and have you stay here?
I haven't seen this one before.
Okay. Fuck. See? See? This is exactly what I'm talking about. It just ran around the table. It had a direct shot to me and it wandered off around the table instead. Look at this! We're cursed! We're cursed! The wine cellar works differently because of a complex host of reasons. Basically, there isn't a place that I can stand that will get me access to... Are you fucking kidding me? They just do not want to do the right thing. They just don't want to do it. Okay, there we go. You all saw it! He just walked right around the corner! He just walked right around! You son of a bitch! That is true. I really like the art for these games. Okay, so let's go here. And then go here, 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 and then cry, and then go here, and then go here, and then cry, and then go here, and then go here, and then cry, and then go fuck you, wee ball, and then you what are you? What is going... I haven't seen that Master of the Sword behave normally the entire... Like, once. Not once has that Master of the Sword done what I expect them to. It hasn't happened once today, right? Okay, wait. We're cooking. We're not cooking. We're cooking? We just stand right here, we're fine. We don't stand here, we're not fine. We stand here, we're fine. Don't even worry about it. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. It's rough. We're having a rough time, y'all. Having a rough day. 'Cause you had a bad day. Son of a bitch. Okay. Don't worry about it, it's fine. These fucking guys. Okay. These fucking guys. Imagine, you know, I could cast spells, you know. I could live in a world where ranged attacks existed. Nope. No. Bad. Naughty. Naughty. Naughty, naughty. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, You didn't say the magic word. God, man, I've been in such bad doctor's appointments. It's wild. I had a friend of mine who was going to the doctor for something, and the doctor was drunk. Doctor was just fully drunk. Just like incoherently drunk. It was wild. Let's see. The walls are really bad now. Like, I can try to make usage of some walls, but considering how badly I'm having a time with these, it would make sense to try it. Bro was fully sloshed, my guy. Yeah, I mean, they're just fully... That's the thing about doctors are just fully just random people, right? And they have a somewhat specialized skill set that is mostly tied to memorization in terms of their schooling, because it used to be really important that they be able to memorize a bunch of shit. But, like, these days, the issue is that if you try to have a conversation with a doctor, like, they often don't know what, like, the medications are, and, like, if you tell them about your allergies, they'll be like, oh, well, I don't think that's used for this kind of thing, and you're like, no, yeah, it is, actually. And, you know, oh, this allergen isn't the drug that you're trying to prescribe me. I know, because, you know, the last time someone tried to prescribe it to me, I almost died. It's like... When they're in the back, like, typing up on their computer after you say a thing, a lot of the time what they're doing is they're just Googling the shit that you just said. and looking at the same WebMD article on it that you were. It's not to say they're invalid as a profession, they're just as valid as anybody else, right? It's just that they're, you know... It's given a bit more, If you're 60-something years old and you listen to everything that your doctors tell you to do without question, just hope you never get cancer. Just hope that you don't ever get cancer. And you know, even if you're younger, I had a friend of mine who was, like, sent out of the doctor's office, like, oh, you're fine, who fully had cancer and knew that they had cancer, and they had to, like, wait until they could get another appointment with a doctor because they just fully had cancer, and they knew they had it because their symptoms were exactly what they had. It was like a problem, right? I have a relative who almost fully died because they just, like, you know, had a parasitic infection in their lungs. Like, they had a parasite in their lungs that was misdiagnosed as some, like, very basic, you know, unimportant thing. They were sent out of the hospital with some drugs before their symptoms had cleared, and then they went to sleep that night, and if their mother hadn't walked into the room and seen their face just fully blue, they would have died. They just fully would have died. They just would have asphyxiated in the night. Like, it's good to listen to doctors. It's important to listen to what they say and bring credence to what they say. They are knowledgeable about their field. But there is no one on Earth that you should just listen to what they say uncritically. There's no human being on Earth or off of Earth. This also holds true for astronauts, okay? Astronauts do be saying some crazy shit about aliens sometimes, okay? There is no person that you can just uncritically accept their opinion as reality. It's just not a thing that you can do. You have to think about what they're saying. You have to you have to do your own analysis and allow the information that's coming in to influence the way that you think about the world, but don't allow it to simply superimpose it over your view of the world. Your view of the world, if you just allow others to superimpose their opinion over yours, then you're just gonna fall for shit. Right? Like that's how you fall for conspiracism. That's how you fall for... That's how... in the case of medical stuff, that's how you die. Like, you just cannot... Like, sometimes you have to go through, 3 doctors before you'll find one who will take the question seriously enough and not be drunk when you talk to them to, get the problem resolved. Right? Yeah, exactly. And with an army doc, you also have the additional motivated speech, right? They have a motivation potentially, depending on depending on how that hip got fractured, to downplay the severity of the injury, right? Which one is Ken Jennings? Is Ken Jennings the person who runs the thing, or is that one of the people who won a lot? Let's see. Gotcha, okay. What, you're telling me that the same guy who was ancient when I was, 8 isn't still the host? I don't think he was ancient when I was 8. I think he had gray hair when I was 8. Which, now that I'm 40, it's only 30 years. He could still be running the place if he had gray hair then. I had gray hair when I was, 16. Wait, was he 30? Man, I got gray hair when I was a little kid. I got gray hair as a little kid because of my abusive stepmother. And then I grew out of it. And I'm still not graying. I have some gray hair, but I have less gray hair now than I had when I was 16. And that I think that's only slightly an exaggeration. I started graying early. Fuck.
I don't know it.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Man, they were... we might actually be able to make this work. We might be able to make that corner work. I might have... Tales of this corner's demise might be moderately exaggerated. Because that actually that did work consistently with that number of enemies. With a small number of enemies, it's possible that we can get that corner to work. Because the problem there was that I fucked up, right? The problem there wasn't that the corner fucked up. I should have just jumped. I should have just jumped through. Let's see.
Got it.
God remember. Speaking of, like, horror stories, I'm just going to keep talking about horror stories from doctors, okay? Because it's just funny. So I think this was this in the same saga as the Drunk Doctor, or a different saga? During my problems trying to, help a person who, like, it's useful to have someone other than yourself to sit in on doctor's appointments with you, just to, like, give you someone who isn't having to interact with the doctor, who can take notes and then give you their opinion on things, and give you, like, if a doctor says 3 things in rapid fire and you pick up 2 of them, the other person can pick up the other information that you dropped, right? This is, like, useful as a tool, right? You shouldn't go into a doctor's visit alone, in my opinion, right? And you don't want someone who's going to be yapping. You don't want someone who's going to yap and yap and yap and yap. Maybe they ask 1 or 2 pointed questions of clarification, either to you because you didn't clarify something in a way that, like, if they see that the doctor maybe misunderstood something that you said, so you ask your friend a clarifying question of, like, when you say this, did you mean this? Or when you say this, what is... expand on that a little bit, right? Because it feels like there's, like, a disconnect there in the information. Or asking 1 or 2 pointed questions to the doctor, right? But you don't want someone who's going to ask more than 3 questions the entire time that you're there, right? You just don't want someone who's talking. The point of the other person is to observe more than say anything. Unless, for some reason, like, you have, like, a specific anxiety problem that makes it so that you have difficulty talking to the doctor. But that's a different thing. That's, like, not the role that I'm talking about a person performing. I'm just talking about the person who goes in, observes, and, like, is acting as, like, a second pair of ears, mostly, right? So I've done that for several people over the years, right? Like, quite a few. It's a tactic that I picked up from my mother when she had cancer. She always said, I need to bring someone else with me into the room. There needs to be someone else with an active working brain who is not, as stressed as I am because I have fucking cancer, and is not, like, the person who is well, there's actually 2 Masters of the Sword. The Master of the Sword that's the problem is actually still standing here. The Master of the Sword we just killed came from out here, and they only sometimes peel in. So, you know how it is. Anyway, so in one of those things, my friend was having some sort of a problem. I don't remember the details of the problem. We don't need to get into it anyway. It's not really relevant. But they were having some sort of a problem. And the doctor that she was sent to that was, like, in network by her company was, like, this private doctor who, like... who basically said, okay, so the problem that you're having is that you're eating plants, and you need to stop doing that and switch to an all-meat diet. And if you switch to an all-meat diet, it'll fix your kidney problems or whatever. Here's some literature for you to read. And it's a link to the Jordan Peterson podcast and the Joe Rogan Experience. And I'm not kidding. It was literally like, here's some stuff to read up on, and it's links to Joe Rogan. And this is not a joke. This is not a joke. It was crazy. We still have the piece of paper, and by we, I mean she. I don't have it because it's not mine. I can ask her to send her a picture of that part of it for me. But yeah, it was very funny. We gotta write up. It was so funny because we then go to get a second opinion, because obviously you have to go to get a second opinion. That's this person. Like, usually you go into a doctor, right? And it's like, you know how I say, like, okay, like, when you listen to a doctor, like, you need to take what they say seriously, pay attention, and if you disagree with something that they have to say, like, you need to, like, do research on it, compare with your, like, lived experience, or do analysis on it, whatever, right? But, like, you're fundamentally taking in what they're saying and trying to use it to inform yourself, even if you think that they're wrong about, like, the specific, you know, details of something, right? And don't try to sane wash this. It was not sane. They talked like they were a Joe Rogan person, okay? Look. So to give you an idea of the way that they were talking, okay? They were not talking in terms of protein deficiencies, okay? They were saying that plants are poisonous. It wasn't like, oh, you don't have enough meat in your diet. It is, plants are poisonous and killing you, and you need to stop eating them. Meat was offered as an option for what to eat because it's not plants which are poisonous and kill you, okay? Like, let's be clear here. This was not something where it's like, oh, okay, I'm taking something, you know, bizarre that they said. There's a reason they linked Joe Rogan, okay? It's because the thing that they were saying was something they heard on Joe Rogan. Anyway, we brought that to another doctor, and this is the issue with doctors, right? Is the other doctor that we brought them to, right, was perfectly sane and reasonable and knew how to do her job and coherent. The issue is, and this is why, you know, it's not why, but, like, this is part of the reason why, like, the, like, whatchamacallit, the, what was it they referred to, the frat bro mentality of doctors comes into problem, is that this person who obviously knew that the previous thing was crazy isn't allowed to call the other doctor crazy. She disagreed with everything that he had to say and said that we should ignore all of those things. Well, she didn't even say that we should ignore all the things that he had to say. She just said that she had no reason to believe in any of the madness that he was spouting. We had to bring the actual piece of paper. Like, it's not like she's going to believe us that this is a thing that a doctor said. Because, like, look, she worked within the public system. She's a real doctor, not like some psycho. Anyway, there's a whole thing. It was plants as in plants. It was just, like, when I was a teenager, I would, as a joke, like, you know, Chad, you know how I lie to you, right? You know how I lie to you? We make jokes, we make laughs. I say things that aren't true, and then we all laugh and have a good time. And sometimes what I'm saying, I keep lying about for like a few days, even though it's not true, and I don't tell you that it's not true, but you know that it's not true already because it's ludicrous, so obviously it's not true. I don't have to tell you that it's not true. Okay, when I was a teenager, I would make jokes of that nature about how plants are poisonous, right? Like, oh, specifically I said, okay, the color green is poisonous, and so your food should be as far removed from the color green as possible. You wouldn't eat a green steak, right? So that's just poisonous. So obviously the color green is poisonous, etc., etc. And I think I might have derived it basically off of some bit that some stand-up comedian did. I don't even know. It sounds vaguely familiar that some stand-up comedian might have done it, and I just, like, took it, like, a mile, right? But regardless, that joke is something this doctor was just saying unironically. He was just unironically saying that. He was just saying that. He didn't say green. He just said plants, right? He's like, oh, yeah, plants are full of, you know, toxic materials. And, yeah, like, lots of plants are poisonous. But, like, It ain't spinach. Right? You know, rice is not in fact poisonous, it turns out. This was like beyond the caveman diet. This was like, because the caveman diet is like, okay, eat fresh fruits and meat. This was like, yeah, okay, let's be clear. Most plants that we eat are absolutely not as toxic as oxygen is. Just in general. Oxygen will kill your ass so fast. Fuck me. Anyway. And again, the point of this is not to say don't trust doctors. The point of this is to say don't trust doctors who reference Jordan Peterson. But also, when a doctor is talking, you take what they say and internalize it, think about it, unless they quote Jordan Peterson, in which case just laugh about it later and get a second opinion. Look, there are circumstances where you can ignore your doctor fully, but I do not... There aren't a lot of them. Yeah, bring a second person with you to doctor's appointments, just to, like, listen in. And especially because, like, look, if I hadn't been there, I feel so bad for my friend. If I hadn't been in the room with that guy, I would be like you in chat. I'd be like, there's no way that guy said that. There's no way that he told you that, like, plants are poisonous. Okay? There's no way that he just full-on told you with his whole chest, don't eat plants, they're poisonous. He must have said some shit about proteins or something like that. He must have said you had a protein deficiency. No dice. No fucking dice. That's the, you know, and look, she has the advantage that she... Whoa! She did have that shit in writing. Right? She had that shit in writing, so it's not like I could say, no, I don't believe you for too long, right? Because she did have it in writing. But, like... But it's crazy to think that a doctor would do that, but it's not that crazy, right? Like, just think about, like, how crazy people have gotten in the last several years, right? People have gotten really crazy, and that does, in fact, include your doctors. Okay, I heard a noise that indicates I was getting hit, and I didn't get hit, but I was capable of getting hit. I should have just backed up a tick, but I felt like I was gonna die if I did that, so... We'll get through this. Look. This is gonna go fine. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, that was such terrible luck. I don't think I've ever seen someone have a sequence of, like... like, bad experience with doctors where it's, like, that bad in a row. And, like... I was truly mystified by it. Well, I mean, the thing is that it's not just the internet, right? Like, what are you gonna listen to what they say on the news? They're just saying the same crazy shit on the news that they are on the internet. You're more likely to get something that's akin to reality, right? Looking at the internet than you are looking at, like, media. Like, well, I mean, the internet is media, but, like if you're looking at, like, mainstream, like, news organizations, the degree to which they sane wash, like, the craziest shit in existence is like truly a problem. I remember I was in Japan, and there was a really interesting thing where I was watching a speech by, I think it was Trump? Would it have been Trump? No, it couldn't have been Trump. It must have been Bush. It must have been George Bush. And he was saying some crazy and dumb shit, right? It must have been Bush. And he was just saying some crazy dumb shit. And the Japanese news was lying about what he was saying in Japanese. They were translating what he said into something much more sane than what he was actually saying. And I can hear the English, so I know what he's saying. And I can hear the Japanese. And it's like, that's not what that motherfucker was saying. That's not what he was saying at all. He was saying something way crazier. So there's a degree of sane washing that goes on. By the way, when I was saying don't sane wash the doctor, I'm not actually upset about it. It is the reasonable thing to assume that this person said something more sane than what I'm saying they said. It gives me an opportunity to be like, oh no, he really was that crazy. So it's a dynamic that's been a huge issue, right? Remember during the pandemic when we had to pick a happy medium in the United States between the people who were saying, let all of your elderly relatives die on the altar of capitalism. They should be glad to die for the sake of my, fucking Wall Street, portfolio. They should be happy to die for the stock market. That was the shit that was being said on Fox News. And on CNN, they're like, oh, well, maybe you should only be slightly okay with dying for the stock market, right? That was the that was the news cycle was, oh, okay, well, we have on the one hand, you should be happy to die, and on the other hand, you have, oh, well, we're so sad, but you have to die. The degree of normalization of everyone must die for the economy that I saw from Western media was wild. Because I lived in Singapore, and Singapore locked the fuck down. That's funny. Who did that? When was that? Not quite the same topic, but very funny. Hello, friends. Okay, so now we're in this situation again. How are we doing? Okay, you are approaching. I love that for me. And for you. Just doing random hand signs. This is what happens when you hire an actor, Can you ride a horse? Absolutely, I can ride a horse. I don't have the spell yet. I don't have an elementalist, so I don't get given spells for free. I'm not privileged like that. Ah! It's going great, as you can see. It's going amazing for us. Okay, we got both of these. Can I please? Okay. Oh, if I had attacked you instead of the master, it would have been fine. But an assassin doesn't get Master Axe. How am I supposed to make it a party without Master Axe? You gotta have at least Master. That checks out. South Africa's a really wild country. I know exactly enough about the politics of South Africa to know that. like in terms of the politics of post-apartheid South Africa, I do not know much. I know almost nothing about the apartheid, the post-apartheid South African government. But I do know that it is a wacky place. Swift peasant. Oh, man. The life we could live with fighting a swift peasant. I guess they wouldn't attack us, so we wouldn't even be fighting them. So there is that. So where'd you go, friend? Oh, they did attack? Okay, then. Then we could have fought them. Nope. Don't do it. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you like this? Yeah. Please. Why are you like this? There we go. Okay, we got a hit. We're almost certainly gonna die here. Oh! This is even worse. It sometimes just wanders back into that other corner. Shit. Whoa, what the fuck are you doing here?
Can someone heal me?
There's like a whole pack over there for some reason. It's not a good corner at all, no. See, the thing is that they're supposed to be they're supposed to be at the bottom of the staircase, not at the top of the staircase. Okay. See, this is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for.
Yes.
They were doing the opposite of slacking off is the problem, okay? That's the problem. They were waiting in ambush. They're not supposed to ambush me. Okay, that one is definitely not locked in that corner. Can I hit you? Okay, if I have myself at the very... Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Did somebody just come from the other room? Okay. This is fine. Everything's fine. We're golden. We got this. Man, I was playing Coral Island and the root trees are dead all weekend, and now I have to come back to being killed horribly. What is this bullshit? The hardest thing I had to fight over the weekend was fucking bees. And I didn't even have to fight them because I'm not fighting anything. I always do those kinds of, like, the what is it? The Stardew Valley type games. I always play those as a pacifist. I don't like actually engage with the combat. So it certainly makes certainly makes the mining expeditions a little interesting. I actually ran into like a dead end in Stardew Valley because without like being willing to fight the enemies, I just wasn't able to like I think they were like flaming skulls or something. There was like some like under dungeon madness thing that was just like chock full of them. Let's see. Sign dude. Hand signed, yes. I was thinking like sign twirling. Okay, so.
Got it.
Do I try to grab the archers? I need to check this. Okay, there's nobody here. I think we maybe try to get the archers. You're gonna be getting in trouble. I am in the red right now. I'm no longer in the red. One of the enemies that's through there is an initiate of the sword. So we jump, we fail. Go over here. Okay, there's multiple here.
Oh, yes.
Okay, took out that one. Okay, I love that for me. You think you had line of sight for a second. Where the fuck? Double check them in what way? I know they're there. What I'm looking for right now is to be able to get a green spot. I can't get to 65 from just the archers. Or sorry, from just the archer room. Also, I can't clear the archer room. Let's see. I already checked that spot. There wasn't anybody over there. Like, this spot didn't have anybody when I checked just now. Every time I come into that room, I risk there being, like, a master archer just chilling there, waiting to kill me, and just shoots a lightning bolt and kills me instantly through the window. Why are you like this? Okay, so this is the champion of the sword that was up above. We have another initiate somewhere. So the pack there contained these two, and then there's the wandering initiate that keeps fucking murdering me over and over and over again. That I would love to not die to for once. I would love to not die to this initiate that's somewhere. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pop up here. We're pulling. Yeah, if I can get all the way to the big... The thing is, there's like 6 or 7, like, sword masters and shit like that there. I feel like I might be better off trying to just pull these archers. Because I might be able to just pull these archers to, like, this room or something like that. I'm pretty sure that I should have just aggroed the guards. There's 2 guards there. Have I killed 4 guards already? Ooh, that's spooky. Why is this a horror game? Why is it that if you play this game without Wizard Eye, it becomes a horror game immediately? Fuck my life. Okay, we're changing things up. Okay, we're adding some friends to the list. We are pulling you as well. My goal is to get to 65% without having to leave that fucking room. That's my goal right now. Unfortunately, I'm now realizing that I'm gonna have to reload to the outdoors so that I can make a save after I've already pulled those. Except we're gonna get it on this attempt, right? This is our first attempt. We're gonna get it on this attempt. The problem is that there's a decent chance that there's going to be archers that are waiting for me right here that just kill me. So I'm gonna reload the test. I don't know why it is that those keep being outside that door now. It's a problem for me. Let's see. Did I do anything on this to change anything? I don't think so, right?
My weapons are ready.
Is there something else I can do other than this setup? Is there literally any setup that I can make happen that's slightly less of a pain in the ass? You know what? We open you.
I think we'll need a key.
Alice, do you want to get pulled? Okay, we're gonna pull you. There's only 3 archers in this room. That sounds like a great thing to kill me at the very end, right as I think I've got the... Right, you know, right when I thought it was safe to go back in the water, we have those archers to play with. That sounds great to me. Okay, we open this door. We say hello to you. We open this door. We say hello to all of you. That's a lot of friends. We go over here. We say hello to saving the game. And rather than go for that table, we're going to go for the archer room. Because the table isn't going to block archer shots. This is all going to go fine. This is going to go perfectly according to plan. You're not going to let me just shoot you through the walls or something, are you? Be nice and reasonable about it. You know? Imagine the life we could lead. We could have wizard eye. We could have projectiles. We could have somehow Grandmaster Monoshield. That would definitely be a thing that we could have right now. Excuse you. I was in the middle of a monologue. Do not interrupt me when I am complaining. So rude. Okay. So as I was saying, I'm wondering if I save here. We've had quite a lot of time here for them to putter around. I think rather than save under danger here, I have the extra save, that's the later save that I've been using. Let's take a look. That is a lot of attacks coming out, unfortunately. Let's do this. That is so many enemies over there, though. So what if I do this? They can't see me, right?
I require assistance.
Yeah, lose them. Okay. They could, in fact, see me. The one of the archers missed, which was a really funny, promising thing. I'm like, ooh! Maybe they can't see me. I actually don't know if they have line of sight there or not. They probably did, but they might not have. Okay, so we go here. We walk through here. This is a invalid start. Oh my god, look at that! There's nobody in there! Wait a second. There's nobody in that room. can I shoot you from any angle? Oh? Okay. Okay, you know what? It's fine. We'll do this place. It's fine. You're definitely not gonna just come kill me, right? You're definitely not gonna just come kill me, right? You're definitely not. Whoops. Okay, so what can I do with this location? There has to be something weird I can do here. Let's go over here. I don't think there's going to be any difference between just checking that there wasn't some weird finicky error there. What if we walk into the center of the room? We're cooking? Wait a second. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Just teleport back to where you just were like you did last time. He thought he was cooking.
Can someone heal me?
Okay. What can I do from this position? This is a very bad position to be in, generally. Run down here. What if we get to the entrance and save? What if we just go here and we just saved? It's very tricky, that's true. It is very tricky. If an item is green and has just a special affix, so, like, if an item is... If an item looks like this, you can add stuff to it. If the item has just reduces magic damage taken by 15%, you generally can't add anything to it. So, if it has, like, a normal enchant, so, like, basic stats or armor or things like that, then you can. If it has, like, of the gods, of the golem, of the troll, those kinds of affixes, generally, if it doesn't already have another affix, you can't add anything to it. That's my understanding, unless it's been changed. Yeah, of the Phoenix, I don't think can add anything to. Yeah, if an item can't have anything added to it, it won't have any affixes listed. It won't have anything listed there. Wow, this is actually not that bad. Wait. We're actually cooking with this. At the moment, there's like nobody there. Okay, we have to go in. Okay, this is not going to help. That room is definitely going to just kill us. You know, it's funny that it didn't occur to me that maybe I should move to attack instead of just, like, standing still to attack. Please die. You're not even close to that. Fine. Whoa! Okay, well, we got killed by an initiate, but that's fine. So yeah, since everybody is actually on that other side, we have a reasonably open access until about there. I didn't open the door to the archer room is the problem, but I wouldn't be able to use that as a safety point anyway, because there's going to be archers locked in there no matter what. How am I not dead yet? So yeah, this is unfortunately going to go very badly for us. But I could just walk in here. I think that this just kills me. Let's see. I don't think there's anything in those corridors that really is that useful to me, if we're being honest. Like, I don't know what I'd get out of those things. I'm gonna check being really close to that corner. I feel like this room we might be cooking with a bit. Because like if we're just in those corridors, like we're just gonna get devoured alive by the archers at some point. Okay, we can get hit very casually from there. Into that. Like, you mean, like, walk all the way down to where these archers are? Like this route? Because that doesn't have any nice corners in it, right? I don't have jump. If I had jump, then we could cook something with the bookcases. Because the bookcases I can attack from comfortably. So the bookcases would be like a very powerful like position to fight from if I could make it happen. But I don't think I can make that happen. I don't think these rooms are going to work. I just need one door to close, is all I need. All I need in my life is to be able to close a door. And these are going to kill me in one hit, so... The archers have not moved, unfortunately. That's...
Yes.
Yeah. Life is sad, okay.
I require assistance.
We stand right here. There's one of these assholes.
Like it's up to me.
You know, this table isn't as bad as I expected. If I had stood back slightly from the door, from the thing, I might have had that. It's probable that if I stood back a little, that they would have leaked. But they have less space to roam. They cannot activate Buffalo mode quite as easily and be roaming about. So... Please? Please? Okay. I think that this room might work. Could you be a little bit less in my path, please? Because I want to do a really hard turn around the corner, not like a casual meander. But, you know, I understand that sometimes in life, you can't get what you want. Okay. Moving. Jumping. Continuing. Jumping. Continuing. Jumping. Running. Going around. Outsmarted. Outsmarted. Outplayed. Outplayed. It's all good. It's all good. Shouldn't have jumped on that, but that's okay. I don't think it killed me. I think it was something else that killed me entirely. I think it was one of the enemies behind me that caught me and killed me. And hello. Have you considered being not in my path? Thank you for casting a buff. Need you to buff as well. All you assholes. Could you please not do that when I am trying to be chill? Okay, we're gonna stand here for a bit because I want to see what happens. You're a piece of shit. I don't know, man. This is a lot of enemies to have such a tiny flood. Like, I think this actually might be the room. This is actually not bad. This might be the set of attempts that we do. This might work. If we can get to that location, I think we do a save.
Can someone heal me?
No, we don't. We don't save immediately upon getting to there, I don't think.
I require assistance.
No, why are you here? Fuck. Please let me kill you. Please? No! You had one attack left! I don't think I need to lock the archers. There was just one archer attacking me there. It hasn't been consistently doing it. There's a possibility that I get screwed there, but we have a very good setup here, I think, where maybe a single archer comes out and attacks me, but it is a tier 1 archer, it's not a higher tier archer, so even if it attacks me, it's not guaranteed to one-shot me. If I'm taking incidental fire from other enemies, I'm almost certainly dead anyway. So, we take a step back, we kill you. Please? Damn it. I was too busy fixating on trying to heal the shaman. I think that this can work. Them Marathian bandits do not fuck around. I don't know what Bibles have to do with it, but... Speaking of Bible thumping, I actually have a funny story that I was reminded of today because I was watching a Northern Lion video and he was talking about a story that he heard from a friend of his while he was in Korea, where there was an American who was like, oh, you know, Korean dogs must be really smart because they have to learn Korean in order to follow commands. Because the guy thought that dogs just know English commands by default. And he's like, I don't, you know, this is, my friend was telling me this story about this thing, and, you know, it's not personal. It's not like, you know, I knew this guy personally, so I can't like confirm it. But it was very funny because I had a person who was also in my school, like a fellow student of mine, when I was in Japan, who basically did the same thing, but was like, oh yeah, you know, I was born like being able to speak and read English, and I'm like, my guy, I really hate to break this to you, you're way too old to believe that. You're like 20. How do you believe that you were born speaking English? Have you seen a baby? It was very funny. Let's see. I mean, I've never heard that claim before. That's a completely new claim that I've never heard anyone make, so I don't have a thought on it in particular. I could see with dog breeding how it would be possible that if you actually had a line that was expected to follow commands for enough generations, that they'd be better at parsing the specific language constructs that are involved in, like, German commands, because different languages use different parts of our ability to make noise, right? So, like, it's not unreasonable to think that you could breed a dog to be able to understand some types of languages more easily than others. Like, that's not unreasonable, but it does also just sound like an old wives' tale to me. Just, like, I could see a world where it's true, but I doubt that it is the way that's where I would fall down on that, unless I was seeing some sort of, I would say 2 or 3 studies from reputable sources indicating that that was the case. Give me 2 or 3 of them, and then we'll talk.
I've never seen it.
Look, German is not intrinsically more authoritarian than other languages. I've heard Germans talk. They just sound normal. I mean, except when they don't.
I don't know it.
Except when they don't. Look, I've heard Germans talk. They sound perfectly normal and not authoritarian as long as they're speaking English. As long as they're speaking English, they sound completely reasonable. Like, I don't hear enough people speaking in German to actually make those jokes anymore. Look, those jokes hit hard when I was 19 and I had just gotten out of Japan and I had a couple of, like, Germans that were there. I don't actually remember. I don't actually remember if it was true or not, or something that I made up. I mean, they were definitely there, but I don't remember what they sounded like. I don't remember what they sounded like. But yeah, you know, that's not true. I have heard people speaking in German recently. Because I've heard like Angela Merkel speak at some point recently, right? I just don't remember. It's a thing that I remember, like, having an association with as mostly like as a joke when I was a teenager. But I don't actually know that I don't know how well that holds up. Because different languages do different things, right? Like, the way that the language orients really makes it predisposed to certain kinds of things. Like, music in different languages fundamentally does sound different because the different languages follow different rules and patterns. So, like, the way that you make the music changes and stuff like that. But I don't think that's true at all. I don't think K-pop and US pop sound remotely similar. There's a reason K-pop took over. It sounds very different. Like, I'd have to re-listen to 2000s era, like, American stuff, but I don't think that's true. Am I native US? I've lived in Singapore as long as I lived in the United States, and it's more recent. It's way more recent. Look, I'm just telling you, the kids here are not standing old 2000s era, you know, Rick Astley shit. Rick Astley isn't from the early 2000s, but you know, you get the idea. I don't think I listened to much pop music in the early 2000s. To be honest. Isn't the 2000s kind of like a dead zone for like the American musical scene? We claim him. Look, I'm sorry, Rick Astley is a native of the internet now, and as a native of the internet, well, how could K-pop sound anything like Britney Spears? Britney Spears is a solo singer. She's not a member of a girl group. Like, wouldn't it be more like... Because, like, how many solo singers are there in K-pop? Like, the big ones are Blackpink. And... The boys who have a name. Benjamin Derangement Syndrome or something, I think is their name. I'm pretty sure it's Benjamin Derangement Syndrome. No, it's BTS, right? It's like behind the scenes. It's not BDS. BDS is a different thing. I don't know what BDS is. But it's probably something. British Derangement Syndrome, maybe? I don't know that I buy it. K-pop groups tend to have way more people in them. Like, there's some aesthetic similarities between, like, American boy bands. Well, if all pop sounds the same to you, then you don't know what you're talking about, right? Like, objectively speaking. Right? Like, I don't know shit about pop, but I know that I don't know shit about pop. There was no such thing as... How could you be deranged about George W. Bush? Actually, no. Bush derangement syndrome is just when you're afraid of actual bushes. It's like, I don't know, man. That bush is scary. It's scary. I might get hair in my teeth. Who? Nobody used the term Bush derangement syndrome. Who used Bush derangement? That was a Trump original, wasn't it? When would the term have gotten you? Don't you can't be telling me. You cannot be telling me About who? The entire media apparatus was aligned behind George W. Bush. At what point the entire media got behind his wars? No, I don't believe this at all. Find me a clip from Fox News saying Bush derangement syndrome about anything that anybody said back in 2003. I don't believe it. That sounds unreal to me. They did look. He said shit like there should be limits to freedom, referring to freedom of speech and things like that. But anybody who criticized Bush was just called a terrorist. They didn't like. I don't know. They just called them terrorists because there was no mainstream pushback on the Bush administration. The Bush administration did whatever the fuck it wanted, and if you didn't do what they said, then you were a fucking terrorist. It wasn't until after his term that there started to be any pushback against the blatant warmongering that he did. This sounds to me like something that Trump made up later. Alright. Anyway, back to the pop music. I don't think there's a meaningful similarity between Blackpink and like any of the. I don't believe you. I don't. With what? With what did George W. Bush get any pushback on mainstream news? What did he get pushback on? Him saying that we shouldn't have freedom of speech anymore because someone on the internet said something mean about him? Because no one said anything mean about him on the news because no one would dare? Once 9/11 happened, which was pretty early in the presidency, no one would do anything but suck that man off on TV. It was basically illegal. But did they? You're not suggesting they actually use the term Bush derangement syndrome, though, right? Because like they would just call them terrorists. Like who was referenced as having Bush derangement syndrome? Like who? Because who's criticizing Bush? No one was criticizing Bush. Shihan? What network is Shihan on? I don't even know that name. Were they fired for it? Like, the Dixie Chicks did, and that's why they lost their Dixie. You can. The alternative is talking about pop music, which I know even less about. Define mistakes. Cindy Sheehan? I don't know who that is. I'm Googling Cindy Sheehan. That's an activist. Was she a political pundit at some point? We're Googling the term Bush derangement syndrome. Charles Krauthammer. That is a truly wild name. I'm just looking for... I love how it just autocorrects to Trump derangement syndrome. Is this just something that one random guy said once? There doesn't seem to be a lot of info here, but yes. So it looks like he did coin the term derangement syndrome to refer to a public figure. And then it got subsequently used by Thatcher, except Thatcher was dead at this point, right? Yeah, but she's not a media personality, is the thing, right? She's just an activist. She's not in media. Like, no one in media, there was no pushback except for a random citizen doing a protest. No, the Dixie Chicks got fully canceled by the right because they were against Bush. They, like, lost their entire platform, right? Like, they lost Dixie, not as part of their name. They lost Dixie. They lost Dixie then. And then they eventually abandoned that as a component of their name because their audience was no longer the same people. Right? Like, their audience changed to be people who weren't, Bush supporters. But, like, they're, like, very famously one of the only groups that actually, like, did anything, right? Like, Bush is out here doing war crimes every fucking day, and nobody cared. So, anyway, it's just very funny to think of, like, considering how little pushback there was to Bush, it is very funny to think of someone coining Bush derangement syndrome when he objectively did a lot of really horrifying things that everyone recognizes were really bad now. Even Republicans don't stand Bush anymore, right? I think as soon as Bush was out of the White House, they basically stopped standing Bush. As soon as they were out of... This is the thing that happens with every Republican president, by the way. Every time they get out of office, the Republicans stop giving a shit about them, and the Democrats hold them up as like, oh, well, this person was a paragon of virtue that we should all aspire to. Every fucking Republican president, every former Republican president is what every Democrat wants to be. Fucking broken party. It's like, oh, look at Bush doing his little paintings. He couldn't possibly be a war criminal. It's not like there was a famous painter from any periods in history who have ever done any war crimes. Oh, sorry. So, I wanted clarification on that, 13. What do you mean by in-game mistakes? Because it depends on what you mean by a mistake. If it's a bug, then yeah, it goes to bugs. If it's like a weird mechanical interaction that's intended, but like has unintended results, then it depends on how unintended the unintended results are, right? Like if it has to deal with like balance issues, then that's one thing, versus like if it like, oh, okay, well this interaction has this weird, you know, consequence that results in, you know, I don't know, I'm having trouble coming up with an example right now.
Can someone heal me?
Let's see. Oh yeah, that would definitely fit under bugs. Yeah, that would be a thing to put a bug report for. Well played. It's always good when more bug reports get put in. God damn it! I'm too close to I'm too close. Too close to it. Too close to it. We can do this though. How is it already 11:20? How is that the time right now? Okay. We got this. Rude.
I require assistance.
Well, there's overlap in music. Like music has overlaps with it, but like the defining characteristics of things like K-pop, I mean, they just don't feel very early 2000s to me at all. Like, man, I need to call Misha. That's what I need. Misha, come over and tell my chat about music, and then you can either agree with me or disagree with me. I don't care, but I want someone educated on the topic to say something. Instead of just having me arguing with chat about it, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because, because pop music includes, like, all, like, popular music, right? So that's, like, R&B is pop. God, what is... Shit, what... like, Whitney Houston and Hanson are both pop music, right? They're both pop. But they're not terribly similar. Right? There's like a pretty big difference between Whitney Houston and Hanson. They don't really, like, Well, J-pop and K-pop don't sound very similar. There's no technically J-pop versus technically K-pop. They're not really that similar. They're similar in some of the, like, in the fact that they both have boy bands and girl bands. And I think that they both often have, like, fairly large ones. Like, they have fairly large groups to a decent degree. But I think that Japan has a lot more solo artists than Korea does. Like, there's a lot of, like, J-pop artists who are there, but also, like, a lot of the Final Fantasy stuff isn't even like as an example, Eyes on Me is sung by is she from Hong Kong or Taiwan or China? I don't actually know. I need to check this because I don't know. But Fei Wong isn't even, like, Japanese. Let's see. She was born in Beijing, so she's Chinese. Oh shit, I'm getting attacked by an archer. Can I hit them? No. Can I hit them now? We're cooking? We're still cooking. We're not cooking. We're no longer cooking. We might be cooked. We're cooked. We're no longer cooking. We might be cooked. Okay. Let's see. Now, obviously, Fei Wong wasn't in 10-2, and 10-2 wasn't done by the same composer. I don't remember who did 10-2. I remember they had a lot of good music, but I don't remember who they were. Like, who did 10-2's soundtrack? Noriko Matsueda. Oh, Matsueda. And Takahito Eguchi. So that's 2 people. I don't know if they both worked together or if they did 2 different aspects of the soundtrack. It's possible. I don't know. I didn't start pay attention to I didn't pay attention to K-pop until, I mean, I still don't pay attention to K-pop, but, like, I wasn't aware that K-pop had become more popular than other genres until the last couple of years. And I became familiar with Blackpink's music through, like, the Let's Dance game or something like that. And so I know, like, 2 or 3 songs of theirs, but it's not like I'm listening to the radio. I don't drive a car anymore. It's not like I be driving a car. GG. Like, how many people are in BTS? Is BTS beating the NSYNC clone allegations is the question. Do we have anyone who has heard music from both bands in the audience? Literally a single one. Do we have literally anyone who has listened to both? I technically have heard of both. Look, we need people who have a very strong opinion on Jimin. Jimin is one of them. Jimin I think. Possibly G-Min. And who's in fucking NSYNC? Was Justin Timberlake in sync? Is Justin Timberlake even a musician? I think NSYNC has one of like the really famous guys in it, right? Oh my god, I got it in one. Okay, there we go. We got Jimin and we've got Justin Timberlake. I don't remember who either of those people is, but unless someone has a very strong opinion about their relative qualities. Look, I'm pronouncing Justin's name correctly. I should probably do Jimin the service of at least pronouncing his name correctly. Who are you and how is your name pronounced according to something? Did Jimin marry somebody? Oh, the Hindustan Times has very, strong opinions about something. Okay. I just want any Korean person to just say the word. Just call up random friends of mine. Hello, friend. I would like your expertise on music. Hello, friend. I would like your expertise on pronouncing K-pop stars' names. He brought sexy back? Was that a... I thought that was like a Hardee's thing. Wasn't that a commercial for a cheeseburger? Is it? I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I think it's an ad for a burger. It's an ad for a burger, and that's all it ever has been, all it ever will be. I will die on this. Look, in this video essay, I will explain. I'm beginning to feel like this corner might not work for us, friends. I'm beginning to feel like... Shit. Fuck. Oh, shit. I need you dead. Okay. We just stand. Hands off keyboard. Shit. Hands back on keyboard. Fuck.
It's up to me. I require assistance.
Okay, you actually came around. Carl's Jr. is just Hardee's, right? Basically the same thing. They're basically the same thing. Man, when I grew up, the Hardee's in our town was so bad and everybody hated it. Everybody wanted a McDonald's. And the funny thing is that I feel like McDonald's is probably worse than that Hardee's was, and people were just being dumb and not knowing what McDonald's tasted like. The kind of brand recognition that McDonald's had is actually truly wild. Like, McDonald's is like pretty bottom tier at just about everything that they do. So like it's actually remarkable to think that like there would be literally any fast food restaurant that exists in your town and that you would have all of the kids in town complaining about the fact that they don't have McDonald's. you know, we could try to do the other room. We could try to get into the Archer room. We could try to get into the Archer room. This is just like the stream of like Art just being completely incorrect about all things continuously. No. McDonald's didn't say they were changing their flavor profile from French to Italian, did they? What? Who said? Who? What company is this in reference to? Who said this? Okay, we're definitely not going in that room. No shot. When was? What about McDonald's food was ever French? The fries? Now they're Italian fries? That's very funny. The idea of McDonald's, like, besmirching either of those cultures by suggesting that they are related in any way is a bit insulting. Like, I don't even know what I would call McDonald's. It's not even really American food. It's like, it's such a, like, thing unto itself, right? Like, because, like, McDonald's to me isn't even like other fast food. Like, it's just such a weird, unique thing unto itself. Like, it doesn't even pretend to have meat. Like, it's like, I don't know what the hell that shit is that they put in their burgers, but it sure as hell ain't meat. Like, but it's like they're not trying to pretend that it... Like, Burger King tries to pretend that that shit is meat, right? Like, they, like... But, like, they make it, like, look like it's meat or something. Like, McDonald's just doesn't. You know what it is? McDonald's makes cartoon food, right? Like, they make food that looks like a cartoon. Like with the little cutesy burgers that, like, you know what I mean? Like they have like the way that the buns look, the way the buns look like just not bread. They just look like a cartoon interpretation of bread. Like everything about McDonald's to me reads as like, I guess it reads as a thing you would put on an advertisement that's meant to appeal to children because it looks like the cartoons that they're watching, right? More so than like it looks like you're trying to emulate like a cheeseburger, right? It's because it doesn't really look like a cheeseburger. Like a Burger King cheeseburger looks like a cheeseburger that is bad. McDonald's doesn't even look like a cheeseburger. It just looks like a cartoon. Which is not to say that I'm above eating fast food, including McDonald's. Like, I don't... Look, I'll eat any of these things, right? I'm just saying, like, the aesthetics of them are interesting, because I feel like all of the other fast food restaurants that sell burgers are trying to act like they're selling you real food, and I have seen no evidence that McDonald's gives any shits about trying to pretend that it's selling you food. I feel like they're trying to pretend that they're selling you a cartoon, right? That's the impression that I get off of McDonald's, is that they're trying to sell you a cartoon, which makes sense as a marketing strategy, right? It's just interesting to think about that. It's like, you know what, I think this is different, and that might be why it went hard with all the 10-year-olds in my school, is because they'd never eaten it, and it looks like something. It looks identical to food that you would see on Real Monsters or something like that, right? Like some like cartoon show that you're watching at the time. That's my thinking. I wonder if that was the angle that they went with. If anything, they should rebrand to look more like modern cartoons. Because I don't know that McDonald's still looks like a cartoon, because I think most cartoons these days don't look like that anymore. But yeah, I don't eat a lot of fast food anymore. It's fairly uncommon that I eat it, because it's just not convenient. I'm trying to think of when the last time I had, like, fast food was. I guess it kind of depends. But, like, when you can order, like, an actual meal to just arrive at your door, the fact that you can order McDonald's to arrive at your door doesn't really go as hard. You know, it's like... What's the convenience? I could get this, or I could get a real burger. And because of how expensive the fucking delivery is, it's not like it's going to be any different. I think a 20-piece costs like fucking $20 now. Like $1 per fucking nugget at this point. I should check. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check how expensive a 20-piece is these days. 20-piece. So we don't need to know the calories. The calories is like 1,300 or something. Let's see here. Did they change the number of calories? Because it used to be 1,300, I think. 910 seems way low. Maybe they used to, I don't want the nutrition calculator. Give me the cost. You're probably not going to give me a cost because I'm not on an ordering app, so you just don't want to tell me because it's going to vary depending on how I'm ordering it, huh? Yeah, you're not going to give me a price. I'd have to go into a McDonald's. I'd have to actually go into one. And there's none right next to me, so no. Let's see. Let's see. I will say the one disadvantage in terms of fast food, the one fast food place that I would go to when I had access to real food is probably Carl's Jr. Because Carl's Jr. has like a specific like I'm gonna eat 1,000 calories in this meal at deal that like works for me. Like I can get like a double cheeseburger that I don't have to make any substitutions on or change anything on. Issue with me ordering like real food is that I have to tell them, okay, you know all those plants you want to put on that? Don't put them on that because it's poisonous. I feel like this is probably a dead end. Let's see. Don't put on all of that. My doctor says it's poisonous. But like, please. Fraction of a second. You know what's funny? it might actually be faster to restart the entire run with my shaman having the right skills to ensure that I have certain key spells available, and to clear this dungeon after having restarted the run, than it is to just finish the run from here. Who's here? Is there nobody? Where the fuck did you go? You're still behind the... You son of a bitch. Okay. So we have some leaking in here. It also does depend on your definition of fast food, because I think there's a distinction between like casual dining and fast food, because like fast food is more plastic than food, and that's not true, but it's spiritually true. The food looks more like plastic than it looks like food. It isn't. It's food, right? I don't actually have anything against fast food, to be clear, right? I mean, I have certain problems with their business models, I'm sure. You know, corporations are not your friend, all that. But as a dynamic, I don't have any issue with it. I'm not shaming anyone for their food choices. I love me some, you know... Look, I certainly can't shame anyone for their food choices because I don't eat plants because they're poisonous. Look, I eat a lot more plants than I used to. It's taken many, many years. But, like, if you've got, like, a hypersensitive, like, palate and you, like, have difficulty eating, like... vegetables and other unpleasant things that are hard and rocky and just like absolutely the wrong texture for food to be, and have weirdly strong flavors that aren't like really salty or umami or sweet, they're just kind of fucking weird. Like, if that's you, then have I got news for you. You can improve that. All you have to do is have a really, really good cook train you over the course of several decades into eating food that, you know, includes things that you enjoy and things that you would not enjoy in tiny enough portions that you can ignore them. And then that becomes normalized to the point where you can add a foreign substance to it, like a fucking carrot, in larger quantities that are noticeable. And then you can make the carrot not as foreign a substance, so that when you interact with a carrot that's like larger than a fucking shred of whatever, it doesn't immediately trigger your gag reflex. This is a thing you can do. Again, it just requires that you train for a couple of decades. And who doesn't want to train their palate for a couple of decades? So yeah, I eat vegetables. Sure, we'll go with that. But see, the thing is that making that improvement in your life, because that is an improvement in your life, to be able to eat things that you don't find appealing right now, being able to make that improvement requires that you do two things. First, you have to respect the way that you're feeling. You have to respect the fact that this thing is viscerally unpleasant to you is a problem, right? It's not like, oh, just tough it out and you'll be fine. You'll learn to love this if you just eat it and hate it. The answer is no, you can't eat it and hate it. You have to eat it and like it to get over your revulsion to it. So what has to be done is you have to figure out how to work with the palate that you have to sneak it past, not you know it's in there, but your palate can't identify it. You want to have that, oh, I'm surprised this is enjoyable sensation. And you get that, oh, I'm surprised this is enjoyable sensation enough times, and eventually you stop being surprised. And when you stop being surprised, that's when you've kind of made it, right? Like, you've made it when you're no longer shocked that you can eat that thing that has some carrots in it without wanting to vomit. And carrots are kind of a bad example because I've always been able to eat, like, carrots on some level. Like, carrots are not one of the bigger offenders for me. But, like, it's just, the point is, yikes. The point is, you can actually improve on things quite a bit. And you can make jokes about how these things are poisonous, as long as they're self-deprecating jokes and you understand, right? And you understand the joke is not that these things are actually bad. The jokes are that, you know, it's hard for you to enjoy nice things. Well, that relies on being able to eat, like, food that you consider healthy without wanting to vomit. Because, like, if I tried to, you know, eat the food that I do not like for a year, I would not live through the year. I would not be able to eat enough calories to survive off of that because I would simply vomit. Right? Like the... there are limits to how many calories you can get from stuff that you actively dislike. I remember when I tried to train myself to eat grapes when I was a kid. I was like 15 or something, 16. I don't know. Maybe I was 17 or 18. I don't remember how old I was. But I was like, okay, well, I'm going to train myself to eat grapes. And I could get through a grape if I tried to... and eating a grape would kill my appetite, right? Just appetite's gone after one grape. And if I tried to eat more than one appetite, I get real sick. Like when I was a little kid, they tried to force me to eat some, like, canned peaches or some shit like that. Like, some sort of, like, you know, this is a fruit, but it's not a very good one, and it came out of a can or whatever. And I remember, like, fruits are not good to lose weight. Fruit is almost exclusively sugar. You want things that are low calories fruit is very calorie dense. But when I was a kid, I would just, like, they'd force me to eat something in like daycare, and then I'd just puke. It's not significant in terms of your ability to survive for a year. 2 grapes is not a significant amount of calories. Two grapes is what, like 50 calories? Like, yes, I'm hungry for a meal. I'll eat a grape. Okay, well, if I try to eat another one, I may or may not puke and lose everything that I've eaten in the last 12 hours. Grape calories. 100 grams of grapes is 67 calories. A single grape has 2 calories. How many calories could be in a grape, Michael? 50? Well, nobody's eating the whole fruit because that involves stems and shit that you're not eating, or seeds that are inedible or poisonous. A decent portion of fruit is, in fact, inedible. Yeah, you know, I hate to say it, but I have direct experience with, if you want to lose 20 kgs, the easiest solution is to eat tacos every morning. eat tacos every morning and eat white chicken every evening, and maybe eat a granola bar for lunch, and you'll lose the weight in no time. It's actually really easy. It's super easy. Come on. We might be cooking here. If I can get an angle... Now, the one advantage that you have it's not that you need meat in the morning, it's that you just need to eat 1,200 calories and you'll lose weight. Like, unless you're really tiny, in which case you might need to eat less than that, but, like, if you eat 1,200 calories a day, you'll lose weight. It's just math. Like, it's really easy math. The diet industry wants to make things much more complicated than it has to be, but if you just want to lose 20 kgs, just... Man, eat, 1,200 calories a day for 2 months, and there, you're done. It's called the BS diet. Well, that's just literally what dieting is. Like, the only way that you lose weight is if you have a caloric deficit. So, like, give yourself a caloric deficit and you're done. I want you to come this way. Could you come this way? The other thing that's actually nice is that if you do something like that, it's actually really hard to maintain something like that if you're eating like stuff that's just chock full of sugar, because sugar is so calorie dense that it's like, if you're like eating like a sandwich from some fast food restaurant, it's so calorically dense compared to how calorically filling it feels, right? Like how it feels when you eat it. So that disconnect makes it so that it's like, yeah, you're a lot less likely to eat something that's like that if you're trying to do that, because it's like, man, I want to like feel like I'm eating something that actually has some substance to it, because if I'm eating like a cheeseburger from McDonald's that feels just sad and pathetic, and that's the only food I'm getting for the next 12 hours, then fuck that noise. I don't want that, right? I'm not eating that if I'm not eating 2,400 calories today. So, like, the nice thing about just budgeting for it is it's like bear in mind, I'm not, like, an expert on human psychology and shit like that. I don't know... I understand that I have an easier time than others when it comes to manipulating my weight. Like, I'm very aware that I have gotten into the green. Let's fucking go. I tricked you all. We were getting in the green the whole time. You know what else is great? We're fucking cursed. And I was like, oh, okay, it's gonna be fine. I got cursed. It doesn't matter that I got cursed because it's not like it's gonna last anyway. And here we are, 50% of the way through in the green, able to save the fact that I'm cursed. Ah, look at us. Look at us. One might say, witness me. Okay. So now we have saved an extra like 30% clearance. And we can do a lot of shenanigans from here. That is a boss. You are not people that I want to deal with right now. I'm going to jump down here. I can't. I'm not diseased. If I was diseased, I could, but I'm not diseased. So the fountain outside will let me cure everything if I'm diseased. If I'm not diseased, then I can't cure anything. I think I can just pull this. just grab this pack. I think I could just pull them over here. And if I can get them to come into the room with me, which might be a big if I can get them to come into the room with me... We still have an hour left, y'all. We've got an hour. This is gonna go so much faster than the fucking genies did. This is so much faster. So we clear this guard. We've aggroed some of the archers out there. We can also... now that I think about it, we can clear this room over here. Can you hit me? You sure can. Okay, we're gonna reload. Okay, we're gonna head over and not clear those. We're gonna clear out these over here first. We have the ability to save. I want to check what percent I get out of this room if I clear it. Or if at least if I clear all the melee... Oh, we already cleared you. I'm actually gonna just walk in here. I'm gonna see if I can actually just clear this room. I might be able to just clear this. It doesn't matter if I clear it, really. This is really something to clear later. But it's fine. Thank you. Okay, so we cleared you. Unfortunately, that doesn't do anything for me. That's just 2%. So we know we get about 2% from there, which isn't that interesting, honestly. What else do we want? The world is our oyster. Can I aggro you and not the archers? Because if I can aggro these without the archers, then I can pull the archers separately and have an easier time. You know, I actually had a blind spot there that the enemy could be behind me. Hello? Don't worry about it. You were really right on my ass. Holy shit. You followed me real close that whole way. God damn. Okay. Let's see here. I do think that this will work. We do just need to get these two to lock in. Fuck. That was a very clutch miss for me. Okay, so if an archer walks past that doorway, we do need to leave. We need to go hide. So that's a thing to bear in mind. I'd like to kill this archer if we can. If we can clear this archer pack, is that going to be enough? Or do we need to go the other way and open up the other doorway? We maybe need to open up that other doorway and see if there's some shenanigans we can pull with that door itself. That might be the way to do it. Did we see them? Why are you so spooky? Stop being so spooky. Stop making noises. Just be normal. Be chill. If we can clear this pack, I feel like that gives us an angle. There we go, you are in here. If we can clear this pack, I feel like that gives us an angle to accomplish our objective. We do need to... I think the top tiers can just kill me. Certainly the boss can just kill me. Right, the boss can definitely just kill me. I'm wondering if we bother with those archers, honestly. Maybe we don't bother with them and just worry about the ones on the other side, even though we've already cleared part of this. But I do kind of like the fact that the next group is a weak pair of a weak trio of archers, not a pair of archers. But we have a weak trio of archers up ahead of us. I don't know how we got these to be in here, is the thing. Everybody thinks they have line of sight on me, and nobody has line of sight on me, and it's upsetting. Can I get... Oh, I haven't opened this. I thought I had opened this door. Backstabbed. They're gonna walk on the exterior of there, so I can't really kill them from there. But that's fine. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna open this door. I want to see if I can do something finicky with these. We have a bunch of these. This is like a huge pile of enemies, and there's no bosses in here. So I should not have just said it. GG. Yeah, Google these days is very, very... You would have to search. You'd have to search with Reddit. You have to add Reddit. I feel like things have come like full circle where it used to be that people would make fun of like websites for requiring Google because their own search engine sucked. Like this. Oh, I didn't know that I had this open. That would have made my life easier. And now it's like people are making fun of the search engine because it requires going to the websites. Like Reddit. Okay, we might actually be able to make... that's concerning. Okay, that was the one that was out, though, I think. Who's hitting me? You! Okay. That's fine. Nope, that's not. Who's on? Go away. Fuck, I just burned through all of my attacks. Please? I'm so out of practice and bad. I'm so bad at this now. Okay. I'm so good at this game! The "it's so over, we're so back" train continues. Okay. Look, at some point, some Nazi's gonna buy Reddit and just blow the whole fucking thing up. And it's just not gonna work anymore. Ugh. It's going to be a sad day when Reddit goes the way of Twitter.
I require assistance.
Look, I'm going to be some, like, old fart, and I'm going to be telling the kids, back in my day, we had all the information in the world at our fingertips. All it required was a little bit of digging and, cross-referencing of data sources to make sure that they were legitimate. You had all the information. You had every scientific study ever published available to you on the internet. And they'll be like, okay, Grandpa, whatever the fuck madness you're talking about. What the fuck is a science? Okay. Making up words. Grandpa, there was never any such thing as a science. My teacher told me that science was made up in the 2035 by the woke, by the woke mind virus in response to, God Emperor. Who's going to be the next God Emperor? Impossible to predict. God Emperor Musk's amazing abs. Or something, What do you mean you'll miss me when the internet claims... The internet's already claiming that it's Mecha Hitler. What are you talking about? Grok's already saying that it is Hitler. That already happened. Back when I was a child, people thought Hitler was the bad guy. Oh shit. But Grandpa, didn't you know that he just wanted to secure a future for his children in the fatherland? Why would people think that that's wrong? I'm telling you, this is going to be the future. I don't remember the 14 words well enough to parody them. I'm not even sure if you should parody them. I don't even know. Like, because of the fact that they're used as like a dog whistle, like like parodying a dog whistle to me feels like, because it's not even really it's kind of a dog whistle. It's a pseudo dog whistle, right? But like parodying a dog whistle feels a little bit weird, just because it's like, okay, well, the thing they're doing is already buried in irony in that weird way. We're actually doing amazing. Ignore what just happened there. We just got up to 61%, and then we died to some bullshit, okay? Like, we are cooking. We are, like, actually legit cooking. We have food left. We could have saved when we were at 61%, but what am I, a coward? What am I, sensible? Not in this stream, loser. I'm sure Tozier Cat is going to be very happy when this is over. Tozier Cat has been not so subtly hinting, please stop the Griffin Heart arc. I can't stand it. Since it started. We have a mix of, people who want to watch me suffer and people who care about me in chat, The people who care about me are all gone already. None of that shit. You can't survive long in this chat if you care about my well-being. I don't think that Tozier Cat cares about my well-being in any meaningful way that's different from the rest of chat. You're all equally parasocial. That's actually not true. Not everyone is equally parasocial. Some people I have had conversations with off channel, which makes it slightly less parasocial. Some people, I'm sure, are burning effigies to me, which makes it even less parasocial. The least parasocial thing you can do is, like, sacrifice a goat to me or something, right? That's the least thing that you can... if you want to fix the parasociality intrinsic in a live stream, a great start is to start sacrificing things. But yeah, we're actually cooking. I think we might actually finish today. There's a decent chance that we finish on this attempt. I would say probably 30%. I don't feel like this is a good attempt in terms of, like, I don't have a cohesive understanding of what the fuck I'm facing. Ooh, but that's a Scouring Pearl. I'm not saving unless we get to 60%. If we get to 60% again, I will consider saving. Okay. Okay, that's a fighter. I don't like that, but we are going to just kite it because I don't want to try to trap it, and kill myself. Oh, you have way more HP than I thought. I should have died there. Astro Kitty, it's very parasocial of you. It's very parasocial of you to inform chat what I mean when I say things. How dare you translate? I actually might do it. We've taken such a long time here, like we've actually dicked around in this dungeon for long enough that I am willing to do more aggressive saving than I normally would, okay? But we're not at 60 yet. And once we get to 60, we won't need to. So joke's on you. Right? See, we're at 60, and now we don't need to because everything's fine. See, we're in the yellow. Everything's fine. We can definitely just peek, and it'll go great. Right, let's see if we can get in the green. I am actually going to save. Am I going to save just because I want to be... I want to prove Astro Kitty a liar? Is this me maximizing my parasociality with Astro Kitty? It actually is not. This I am actually like. That was really like a top tier win-win for you, Astro Kitty. I appreciate that. It's like, well, either you save and then we don't have to deal with you being a stupid dumbass for the next 30 minutes. Or it doesn't work and then I'm right. So are you moving? You sure as heck are. Oh god, I'm not though. Well, it's a good thing we saved. Wait, we have archers we can kill in the back of that other room, right? Or did we already clear those? Oh, shit.
I require assistance.
Please? Please? Okay, I assume this one's here. We're gonna heal up to full. Like, either we get what we want, or I get to say I told you so. But yeah, won't it be sad when I finish this and have actual things to talk about in the game, instead of talking about stupid shit that I don't know anything about, like pop music? And the particulars of the crazy shit that Fox News said back in 2002, when the only person in my family who listened to it was fucking my grandmother. Now the only person who listens to it is me, because all the fucking political shit that I watch has clips of Fox News in it, so that I know what the hell they're saying. I have become the grandmother. Okay, well shit. 65% wasn't sufficient. We need to kill somebody else. Ooh boy, okay. Clearing the rest of this room should get the job done. Is this the easiest thing that I can do? Yeah. Well, I mean, Fox is like running the web. Fox is running the web house now. Like huge portions of like the White House are just like Fox pundits now, right? Like, it's just people got hired directly from Fox News to run the White House. There's like 4 or 5 of them, right? We are leaving Castle Gryphonheart. We are re-entering Castle Gryphonheart. We have 68% clearance on Castle Gryphonheart. Let's go. This didn't even take 2 full streams. That's not true, because we started the stream before last, and we've only had 40 minutes left in the stream. So, we've cleared. Yeah, the castle's done. We don't have to go back in there ever again.
Come in, right away.
I lied. We have to go back in there right now. So, we now have the ability to go in there, and I think what I want to do is I think I want to loot. I think I'm going to go in there. I'm going to loot the place, and once we've looted what we've got available to us, that's when we will start focusing on progressing. The reason that we want to loot right now is if we loot right now, we can potentially boost our power for the rest of the dungeon. We now have the part that's like really dangerous done already. We're pretty much in the clear. So the rest of it is just going to be not wasting an overly large amount of time. Just getting... I did in fact save the Scouring Pearl. Thanks to a certain someone in chat who successfully used, it's not reverse psychology, just used psychology on me. But yes, we have the Scouring Pearl. I will say the one thing that would have made me not save there is actually the fact that I got that Scouring Pearl. If I wasn't saving there, it would have probably been because I'm like, feels kind of cheesy to save after I get the Scouring Pearl, though. I don't know if I can justify, saving after I get the shiny, Feels a bit sus. Yeah, then night happens. Yeah, no kidding. And then the Fire Nation attacked. Okay. We know who gets all the barrels. You get all the barrels. And I don't know for sure that I can loot this chest without exploding. Do I just make a save here? And yeah, let's just make a save, because we can just walk out and grab food whenever we want. I'm going to save this under dungeon, and then we are going to not explode.
Sorry. That's sorry.
Okay, game's over, folks. We got this. We can loot the chests here. Oh, that's good. Oh, that feels good. We are using a sword on you for your offhand. Are we not? No, we're not. No, we're using spears for you. So those swords are useless, but we can sell them. I can open the chests. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. This is exciting. We still have several more chests to loot, but before we do that, we're going to walk outside to save and grab food again. Is it? It's 11:30. We're fine. So, we're going to save the game. We're going to go down and grab food once we have. And some boots, very impressive. A hat, very impressive. Relic, very impressive. Okay, we have unenchanted plate. We have some plate that I cannot identify offhand. Love that for me. Let's swap to you. Now can I? Sure can. Endurance, accuracy, and 52 armor class. That's probably better for you. It's a 7% vitality boost. And it gives me accuracy instead of speed. It's less accuracy than it is speed, but that's fine. Okay.
It's worthless.
We have a hammer that we're not using. We have boots that we should definitely equip right away.
Excellent.
We have a mass distortion wand. We have this, which would be a 67% power boost, which we are not equipping. We have a vampiric sword that we are not using, even though we literally have the skill. And that's all great. Everything's going great for us. Okay. I mean, that plate on its own is a pretty big deal. Like, that's a pretty sizable increase to our AC, I think. And is this something that I would want to work on? No, not really. It would be worth... Maybe I should swap these.
Sorry.
I think I swap. I think that makes sense. We save this under dungeon. We open this. Say hello to you. Oh, right. How good is this? It's 14 luck. Oh, yeah. But the regen, though. Is this my only regen item? The issue is that I don't have any other regen on you. You have way better. You have regen. I think that the issue is that most of my regens are... most of my cloaks are either way better or give me regen. And I don't think it's necessarily good enough to worry about. Especially, the boost that it's giving me is for durability is in part just the luck, which gives me resistances. I don't need resists right now, really. I need just pure AC and pure HP for that. Because this is mostly a physical place. There's a little bit of elemental damage. The archers do have elemental attacks, but like, it's not a huge portion of their damage. It's not a huge portion of the damage incoming, that is. Okay, so... Oh, there's a Master Archer in here. Okay, I'm a dope. I thought that there was 3 greens in that room for some reason as well. But don't worry about it. I can definitely tell the difference between blue and green. I can definitely do so. I can't learn regen on a knight, and I can't learn regen on... So the only 2 characters that can learn regen are my troll and my monk. They have regen, the other characters can't learn it. Which, honestly, I think might be an oversight. I like the idea of meditation giving you the only source of mana regen. I think that that's an interesting idea. I think that it really makes insanity way more punishing. I kind of like the idea of items that give you regen skill instead of giving you regeneration. I like that idea. So, like, all the SP regen items were changed to give you meditation instead. And I like the idea of doing something similar with HP regen. And if they do that, I think that it would be cool for everybody to have access to base level regen. The early game would get a lot easier as a result of that. If everybody had access to 1 point in regen, it really saves a lot of hassle. But like, I think that my honest preference, I would prefer for everyone to have access to basic level regen. And I don't necessarily know that we need to propagate expert to literally anyone that doesn't already have it. I don't know that that's necessary. I might even go so far as to say that I think that it's weird that monks got given such a high degree of expertise on it. Like, they got, what, expert? So they can get up to, like, mastery if they're a troll? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like maybe... maybe they should have... I feel like a monk and a paladin should have the same level of regeneration, in my opinion. I don't see why a monk has more regeneration than a paladin does. That seems strange to me. They both have self-magic, so it's like... I feel like any angle you would go with for, like, monk, like, lore and aesthetic and stuff like that applies pretty equally to what you would associate with a paladin. But, like, I would probably give baseline level to everybody and take away expert from monk. Personally. I could see a world where you're a bit more generous and you give all pure melees. You give all pure melees access to expert. But, like, the only pure melee... I guess the only pure melee is a knight, right? So, like, I could see a world where you give a knight expert regen. I don't like it, though. I will say, I don't like giving expert regen to a knight. Because I think that it messes with the uniqueness of the troll. So we could, if we added a thing to this, add a very strong amount of damage to that. Pretty easily. This is a pretty huge durability boost for you. But yeah, I think that normal for everyone is actually perfectly fine. Maybe make it more expensive to train, actually. Maybe make regen train the same way as, like, spell schools, which cost, like, twice as much. But maybe you don't necessarily have to. But, like, the only issue that I have with it is I do think that regen at level 1 goes a little too hard. Like, it's like, it really does make the early game much, much, much easier. Like, the very, very early game. I'm not talking about, like, this point in the game. I'm talking about, like, the very, very early part. But that's, honestly, it's fine, though, right? Like, it's fine for the first bit of the game to be a lot easier. Right? Like, it's not that crazy. Like, until you get your first regen item. But... I don't know. Let's see. That's rude. That's rude. I can't believe we're so close. We're gonna clear it. I can't believe we're clearing Gryphonheart. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't believe... I'm actually, like, it's like coming to me in waves that I'm realizing, like, oh, actually, we might be set for the run. The run might be safe. We don't have to do Watchtower 8 until we've cleared the whole fucking game. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine because we're still not going to have any spells and we're not going to have, like, any of our skills above expert probably, but it's more fine than it would be otherwise, and we're not going to be dealing with it bolstered. Shit. Please. There. Is that it? Oh, that's everybody. Okay. We got a staff here. Are we all excited for a staff? Gauntlets. Ho ho ho! We've got some gauntlets here. We've got a chest here that we can loot and didn't explode in our face. Look at us. Living our best life. Is Master Trade like the translation for Master Merchant? On because Master Merchant, like getting GM Merchant, I think is very valuable for people who aren't me. it's valuable for me as well if I'm buying spells, but I don't need to buy spells on this run. So, like, it's a valuable thing for me to a degree, but a thing to bear in mind is that getting GM Merchant also allows you to buy outright the materials you would use to build a legendary. So, like, that's a thing to bear in mind, right? Is that it's actually a very, very strong ability if you're purchasing stuff from shops.
Junk. Who needs it?
I figured that was what you meant when I thought about it for a second. It's interesting having like it's interesting having like such a multinational assembly watching and interacting with a mod for a game that I have like nostalgia for, because it's fun to see how like a lot of stuff that, you know, when I was a kid that I was doing, people kind of all over the world were doing the same thing, but they weren't like really communicating. I forgot to get the actual portrait that I went in there for. I don't think there's a secret behind the portrait. I mean, there's the, like, the room. There's the room itself that's right behind it. Yes, in Riverstride, there is a portrait that is where you get the plans for Fort Riverstride. I'm going to pop outside and save. Actually, I'm just going to pop to here and save. It's fine. So we pop to here. We save the game. We have 25% left to go. We've cleared most of this side now, right? We just need to clear out some of these. I'm hoping that I can pull some instead of all of this pack. Doesn't help that I can't actually see when they aggro. Hello, friends. I keep forgetting just how fucking slow this party is. And I am seeing... Someone mentioned that Curse didn't seem to be causing failure on when you were using certain hotkeys. I haven't failed a single casting of heal with Curse, so I think that is a problem that's going to need to be fixed. I'm actually just going to leave. We're going to leave, we're going to save. We've now opened that door. We don't even need to leave the dungeon. We just leave that section of dungeon. We save. Let's see. Yeah, there's 2 paintings in here. We need to pick up Roland and Archibald's paintings. I don't know why she has a painting of Archibald hanging up. Why would you have a painting of Archibald hanging up? That's actually kind of wild, now that I think about it. Like, considering how much she hates Archibald, why does she have fucking paintings of him up in her house? Like, I understand. Like, I understand it's like her brother-in-law, right? Like, I get that it's her brother-in-law, but like, and I understand that they're feudal nobles and it changes the dynamics a bit, but like, I don't know, man. I would be surprised seeing that up on any of the walls. Let's see. Well, this isn't Roland's castle. Roland isn't from Arathia. Roland's from Enroth. That's a completely different continent. This is like a not Red Wedding. What am I thinking of? Iberian Wedding. This is an Iberian wedding situation, right? Where they're both the rulers of their own individual kingdoms. So, like, so, is it Catherine? So, like, this, like, Catherine's castle, is, like, not Roland's at all. Like, he has nothing to do with this castle. Unless there's some weird shit going on. But, like, he has no governmental position in this kingdom. Right? He's just the queen's consort, right? He's not, like, a member of the government in any way, shape, or form. Like, he just doesn't have any... He's not a member of the royal family. He's not anything. No, absolutely not. He would be a prince consort here. He would be prince consort. So, it depends. So, in British law, he would definitely be considered the prince consort, okay? Because he can't have the title of king, because king is... Because of the fact that the crown of England is patrilineal, there is... The king is considered a higher position than the queen, right? So a sovereign queen, which is what Catherine is, her husband cannot be a higher position than she is. So he would be a prince consort, right? So he would get the title of prince consort, I believe, according to the way that the Brits handle it, right? That's why Prince... What was her husband's name? Prince William or whatever? Whichever prince it was. The husband is a prince in England as well. The British didn't have a king for a while because they had a sovereign queen, and as long as they have a sovereign queen, they don't have a king. Whereas if you have a king and that king is married, you will have a queen. But in terms of practicality, the important thing to remember is that it's all feudal politics is all about bloodline. A person who marries your ruler is not your ruler. They're just a person who married into the family. Their children are whatchamacallits.
Can someone heal me?
Their children are going to be the rulers. And there's the possibility to have a regency, right? Wasn't he called Prince Philip? He might have also been a duke, but I think his highest title was Prince Consort, right? I'm pretty sure people called him Prince Philip. I don't think I've ever heard him called Duke Philip. Duke Philip might be disrespectful, even though it's one of his titles. Let's see. I could be wrong on the details of the naming nomenclature for the British, but it doesn't matter because these people aren't British anyway. But so the naming nomenclature doesn't necessarily follow. However, we do have a medieval nobility, right? So, as medieval nobles, you can have as many titles as you have land, right? So, Philip was probably Prince Consort, Duke, and Count, and Count, and Count, and Count. Like, you don't usually say all of your titles, but you do have a shit ton of them, right? That's a component of feudal nobility. But basically, your spouse, despite what like mostly American media, but like media that talks about feudalism, acts like a person who marries into the family is somehow a royal. A person who marries into the family is not royal. They're not a royal. Marrying a royal doesn't make you royal. It doesn't make you in line for the throne. It doesn't give you shit, right? So, like, in this context, Roland's children will be, at the very least, in line for the throne, and will probably be inheriting the throne, right? And specifically, the kid is Nikolai, right? So Nikolai is first in line for the thrones of Erathia and Enroth simultaneously, right? Which is very like Aragon and Castile coded. It's very Scotland and England coded. Maybe less so. I don't remember the details on that. I think there was like a treaty that made that happen. There's a treaty that makes all these things happen, I guess. But that dynamic means that as long as both of them are still alive, neither one of them has any say in the politics of the other country. So Roland has no say in the politics of Arathia, and Catherine has no say in the politics of Enroth. That being said, they're literally married to each other, so they have soft power, right, where they have influence that is not part of their official titles and official positions. They have influence that's based off of their social adjacency to the literal king or queen. But in terms of like what happens in this castle, Roland has nothing that he can say. Catherine could have him executed and no one could say shit, right? Like, Catherine could just have his head cut off on a whim and no one can say shit because he doesn't have any rights. He's just her husband. that might be a little extreme, right? But she could certainly throw him in prison, right? She could do a lot of things. It depends on whether there's like the equivalent of a pope that's going to interfere internationally, but which I don't know that we have any indication of. Later, Celestial. Yeah, but once one of them dies, there's the possibility that the other starts governing both countries. The reason being that Nikolai is still a child. So it's possible that Nikolai has a regent chosen, and that regent is his other parent. It's not super uncommon to have one of the parents become the regent, I don't think. To rule temporarily. So, while Roland has no actual claim to the throne, he could take the throne if he was given the regency, and then he used the fact that he had that regency, which is, a regency is basically, I am ruling on behalf of this other person because they cannot rule right now. Usually happens due to either poor health, or the person being like an infant or a small child, right? That's where you get a regency from. So it's possible that Roland could just take the place, kill his kid for whatever reason, and usurp the throne for himself, or just usurp the throne for himself and keep it after the regency should have dissolved, and just keep it until he dies. Right? That's a thing that he could do. It's not a thing he could legally do, right? But he would be the one with two armies at his disposal while he's the regent, and the kid can't do anything, right? Similar to the dynamics between like daimyo and and the Emperor of Japan, right? Where the Emperor of Japan was kind of helpless because they didn't have any levies or vassals, they didn't have any levies or taxes of their own. Everything had to go through the daimyo. And so if the daimyo weren't playing ball, if none of the daimyo were playing ball, you could simply starve to death as the emperor. And there was nothing you could do about it, because everything that was given to you had to be given to you by the daimyo. And it was kind of a weird system, right? There's this idea that like feudalism is a very like authoritarian architecture, and it really simply is not. Like, it's not an authoritarian setup. It's very the power is distributed. It's very corrupt. It's not very authoritarian, is the way that I would describe it. Like, there's a lot of power in a lot of hands, and none of the people who have power in their hands deserve to have any of that power. but it's not like, it's not like a totalitarian state like you would see. Like, the idea of, like, oh, the king is, like, actually controlling everything that's just not how feudalism traditionally works. You can have more or less totalitarianism within feudalism, but, like, totalitarianism generally is a fairly new phenomenon, right? Like, wrenching powers away from the estates is a core component of the timeline of Europa Universalis' gameplay, right? So, like, you start out the game and it's in your best interest to, like, give all sorts of power to the clergy, to the merchants, to the nobles, to the this. Like, there's all these different groups that all have their own interests that differ from the crown's interests, right? But there's benefits to giving them that power. And later on, there's still benefits to it, but as technology improves, as bureaucratic tech improves, you have the potential to consolidate power and become more totalitarian, right? There might be two?
Yes.
That's a good point. There's a summoner here. I think there's probably two bosses in this room. I feel like maybe we established that earlier. I'm not sure. I find, like, feudalism and stuff like that very interesting, conceptually. Just because it's like, oh, this is interesting. This is nothing like I had imagined as a kid. This is a very different system. Yeah, there's got to be at least two bosses somewhere, and I think they are both in that room. I think it's two archers. We got a crossbow off of that boss. Let's go save. No reason to take any risks once we've done that. But yeah, we do need to file a bug report today about the curse not working. Curse is definitely not working. And I think somebody else has already filed a report on that, but I don't remember the details of how much information they put in there. So where did the swapper swap to? Oh god, did the swapper swap into the room of 3? Because there were only 3 archers in that other room, right? I think the swapper went over there. We have 8 minutes left. We have 10% left. I'm so happy. I'm actually super happy that we managed this. It's funny also because I was paying no attention. Which file was I on? Which file did I do this from? Did I do this from one of the new things, or did I do this just from, like, the... Hi. Where'd you come from? Let's see. That was very funny. Did I just, like, walk by you? Were you just standing right there? Oh, that's a book! Wait. That's Sparks.
I'll use it well.
Okay, so we did just have to reload that file and do it correctly, so that's good to know. Are you right here? You sure are! Oh wow, that's actually great for me. I might be able to just clear these. Ooh, that's good. If you just don't swap, my life will be very happy, and you can also be happy to be dead. Man, this is exciting. I'm not going to have to spend all week in Castle Gryphonheart. We've cleared 2 bosses. We save. Do we... Yep, that's the thing with archers. Like, Ranged casters are less of a problem than melees on a melee run, because I can't kill them from range anyway, so it doesn't matter that they can shoot me from range. Like, I can't just, like, I wouldn't be able to get into a pissing contest from a mile away regardless. So, the thing is that the AI, the way that it behaves as a ranged character, is way more susceptible to fuck-ups, because they have to have line of sight from the center of their mass to your mass, right? They have to have center of that line of sight. And melees don't. A melee just has to be able to see some part of your body, right? And as long as it can see something of you, it can hit you, right? So we have like a very big difference in terms of like their ability to, you know, pull some bullshit. So, how do we deal with you? There's nobody moving in. Wait, was that a initiative? Or, sorry, was that a champion of the sword in the back there? Oh shit. Okay, we have 5 minutes. Fuck. Okay, I didn't kill myself yet. Missed my guess. Missed my guess. We did clear these two already, right? Yes. Okay. You're right, it's not a champion of the sword, it's even worse. It's even worse than a champion of the sword. It's something far worse, in fact. There's a few of those 13 brew. Basically, a lot of the potion codes have been changed. So when something gives you a potion that references like a specific thing, it will often just refer to a thing that doesn't exist. Because like all of the original like potions of luck and this, that, or the other thing have been changed. I think Malekith has started going through those and making those points, the things that point to those, point to the right thing. I could be wrong, but I think that has started to happen, question mark. I'm gonna try to not die and fail. Okay. We just have to clear through this one pile of archers. Hey, Free Day. Nice timing. That's it for today, everyone. Thank you very much. We got 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes left. We're not in the middle of the outro, but we're close. We're close. We don't have any food, unfortunately. Who's messaging me? Somebody's messaging me. Okay, how much injury do you have, friend? Let's see. I think that the Might and Magic 8 black potions reference invalid codes now. Well, you know, it's been a while since I saved, so, you know, we'll see. If we have to reload, we will have to go back to 20%. So if this group of archers gets a nice pot shot on me, you know, we're going to have to go back an hour and a half. But, you know, I have a good feeling. I have a good feeling about it. Who? Where the fuck did you come from?
Still standing.
Where the fuck did you come from? That was rude. I can't leave and save. I need to get this. This archer. down to dead. I don't gain anything if I don't kill it. Let's see. Funnily enough, I honestly couldn't tell you. I was in the middle of jabbering about some random thing, and it just all of a sudden I didn't have any enemies left in front of me, and I could walk to the entrance. I couldn't tell you. We reloaded the file from apparently we reloaded the file from Friday. We have 3 curses now. This is very rude.
Who needs it?
Okay. Unfortunately, if we get tagged by basically anyone... Can I get you to come down the hallway if I go over here? Because I kind of just need to wait on HP regen. It was the K-pop discussion? Oh, that's funny. See, all I need to do is talk about something that I know literally nothing about. That's good. No, just K-pop generally. We were talking about the general... Someone was saying that, like, K-pop and 2000s American pop were like the same music genre, and I'm like, I don't think that's true at all. Those feel like 2 very, very different genres. God damn it. I am realizing that I can just walk into the green and then I'll regenerate a shit ton, right? Okay, a shit ton is a relative term. Why is my regen so bad? Even my mana regen's garbage in the... I stand by it. You did also then say that you don't listen to or know anything about pop music and that you can't tell any of it apart, which did kind of tip your hand a little bit. You know, I feel like that... You know, I feel like that is informative. But yeah, but like Whitney Houston and like, I was gonna say Rick Astley, but Rick Astley actually is not as dissimilar. And NSYNC are both pop, right? Like that doesn't mean that they have anything in common with each other. Oh shit, we died. Well, I guess we're reloading back to 20%. That was a lie. Okay. I do think... Rick Astley is going to be beating the castle. No, I don't think so. I think Whitney Houston is maybe beating the castle, because Whitney Houston is pretty goated. And beating this castle, I think, is actually pretty... This is one of the more impressive feats that I've done, actually. I'm very proud of it. I'm shocked that I managed to get that to work. We're just grabbing food so that I can save in the dungeon. And whereas, like, Rick Astley, like, is good. There's a reason that Rickrolling worked, and the reason that Rickrolling worked, and it was something that, like... was repeated and continued for such a long time. The reason it worked as a meme is because legit it's a bop. Like, it's a good song, right? Like, it's not a bad song. So, like, Rick Astley as a singer, like, he seems like pretty good, right? Oh, Jesus, why? No, I forgot about you. No, I shouldn't have left. That's not true. I should have left so that I can get this fucker cleared. You're gonna come right to me and then just die for me? You're gonna die for me? Just call me Alice, because you're gonna die for me. Any Shin Megami Tensei fans in the house? Yes, indeed. Okay, we're going outside and saving again. We didn't. I haven't looked at how much EXP we've gotten. We've maybe gotten 2 levels. I don't think we've gotten that much. We can find out. We've gotten 2 levels. So we're probably going to get another level or 2 from the clearance bonus. So we'll get like 3 levels. EXP is going to be hard to come by in this run. I think this run we're gonna. It's a good thing for us that the EXP change was made, because if the EXP was as punitive like as it was before, in terms of like how quickly your experience evaporated when you were fighting lower level enemies, if we were still in the same boat as we were in the previous runs, it would be rough going. Like, some of the later stuff might be hard because we wouldn't actually be able to train at all. But we'll see. We won't be getting a ton of levels because we're not going to be scaling up the enemies at all. The enemies are all going to be their base level. So as we start to catch up to where the highest level enemies are, we're not going to have any enemies that out level. Ooh.
Didn't work. Who needs it?
That's concerning. This is level 20 required. We could actually train and be able to use
Who
this.
needs it?
This is body resistance.
I can't
We have.
identify.
No, we can't identify. Do we have any repair gear?
There's no room left.
We're gonna put this in inventory 5. We did find some good plate armor that you just saw is broken. To answer the other part of the question, so not a ton. We haven't found a ton yet, but we also haven't identified everything that we picked up yet. We've identified a decent portion of it, but we haven't identified quite everything. We already looked into this, right? And then this is Alice.
Locked.
Let's see. I do have a backup armor, that's true. It's just a pain in the ass because it's like, I got a nice piece of gear that I like, and then I have to get rid of it immediately. Okay, that's rude of you. That's very rude. I'm just gonna die here. What am I doing?
I've never seen it.
We're just dying. That's what we're doing. What am I doing? What did I think was gonna happen? What am I doing? Oh god, it's 107. So do we finish? I'm gonna give myself 3 more minutes. We'll just give ourselves a couple more attempts here to finish this up. It would be nice to finish up. I didn't realize that was 107 already. We're getting kind of late. Let's give ourselves a hard out of 120. That'll be our hard out where we just have to go. I don't know how to draw these out. I don't know that I can. The best way to draw them out seems to be to walk toward them so that they immediately shoot the shit out of me. Shit. I walked too far. I didn't. I need one of you to come in this room. Okay. Unacceptable behavior. Let's go over here. Yeah, we're certainly permacursed until we get back to here. So when we get after we finish Deja, we will have another opportunity to cure our curse. Because after Deja, we have to come back here and then come to Thinger. If we are diseased, when we get here, we can cure our curse. Yeah, I'm not talking about that free day. There's a cure disease fountain here. So the cure disease fountain cures every condition you have, but only if you're diseased. Okay, perfect. So we did just save, right? It's one of those wells in the town. I'll show it before we end for the day. Okay, you're alone, I believe. I'm just gonna dive because we did just save. And if it attacks the same person twice in a row, I'm probably dead. I didn't know about it either. Right? Like, that's the thing. I didn't actually realize that that was going to be... This is the second time, that 1 in 5 chance. It's even less than a 1 in 5 because those weren't coming out to the monk. Those attacks weren't even on the monk, so there was cover potential as well.
Yes.
Jeez, okay. So, we can save over here. Yeah, it's very useful. I found it out in a recent run, I think. I don't even know if it's in OG or if it's just in Merge, but like it is really cool. Wait, is there a way to get myself diseased here? Can I disease myself with a fountain here? Because if I could disease myself deliberately with a fountain, that would be clutch, because I could just disease myself and then cure the curse with that. Okay, we are going to save, because we've just cleared out another archer or something. We're almost there. Shot. Does the fountain inside? Because like I can't actually do the trash heaps because I've used them already. I don't think you can disease yourself on the trash heaps once you've looted them, unfortunately. Please, 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 please. Okay, you are in fact just ready to kill me. Okay. Hey. Okay, this is fine. But yeah, does the fountain inside Castle Harmondale do it? Okay. Please, please, please. In the green! Mission successful. We didn't even have to use our heart out. How exciting is that? Let's save the game. We've now cleared Castle Gryphonheart. We have some more swords that we can't use.
Sorry.
We have some more materials that I probably don't need to worry about, honestly. I'll grab this, though. Okay. Mission successful. I believe we've now cleared this whole place. I think we've looted the whole place as well. So I think I'm going to do my inventory management tomorrow. We don't have another book waiting for us there, but I will just wander around here, make sure that we got everything. We gave ourselves a heart out. We're actually going to use it. We're not going to... Well, we're not going to use it. It's not going to take 8 minutes to check everything. But, let's see. We got it. This is exciting. We're missing a room. No, that's what's her name's room. That's Alice's room. The key that we picked up is for this. But yeah, Alice's room doesn't have anybody in it. I mean, except Alice, but she's not actually in the room. She's just a portrait that appears when you walk in. No what? Catherine's room has a key that lets you get back in to the place. What do you mean? Wait, did I not go through the secret door? I did, right? I went through here. The key is for this. Catherine's key is for this. So you could go in from the top floor instead of the bottom floor. What do you mean no? I think you get a key to Alice's chamber from the dude who gives you the quest.
I think we'll
This is Catherine's key.
locked.
Catherine's key opens the top. Like, generally, so if you... Well, I know I don't have the quest. I'm saying that Catherine's key opens the top door. It's not for Alice's thing. I'm pretty sure you get the key straight from the dude. Let's see. Either that or just unlocks when you have the quest. Like there's a lot of weird stuff that only unlocks when you're evil. Actually. Like areas of dungeons that only unlock if you're evil. Okay, I think we've cleared everything. But just to confirm that I'm not crazy, I am going to... Well, to be fair, Vampiric Weapon is just like... It's yeah, see, this is locked.
I think we'll need.
With Catherine's key, you can get in. Without Catherine's key, you can't get in. See?
I think we'll need a key.
If you could come in through this way, it would change the way that I approach things a bit. But I think it does set off an alarm if you come in through that door, unfortunately. Okay, so we've cleared that. What we're going to do now, we're going to save this under test. And then we're going to reload... Yeah, we don't need to reload anything because we just demonstrated it with the thing. So, that's going to be it for today. So thank you everyone for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure to finish Castle Arathia. And next time, we will be heading to... Bracada, I think? I think it's Bracada. I think it's Bracada next. So we should have a real easy time. We have a well, actually, that's not entirely true. We do have the wizard dungeon that I may or may not be... I might spend an hour dicking around in the wizard dungeon trying to figure out a way to loot the place without aggroing anybody. But in terms of places that we're actually going to be fighting... We just have to deal with some Medusas and some Griffins and some bullshit like that. We don't have anything too dangerous to deal with. So, that's it for today. I'll see y'all later.